Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Today is February the 6th, 2026. This is the General Issues Committee budget meeting. I'd like to let folks know we have full quorum in the room, I believe. Joining me, Councillor Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Jackson. Is that a reference to a Wilson? A Wilson in play? Donovan Wilson? Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Rob Cooper, Mayor Andrea Horvath, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Cameron Crutch, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tammy Wang, and Councillor Craig Kazar. Clerk Trenham, can you advise of any items included in today's addendum?
Yes, Chair. There were a couple of items added, a number of delegations. We additionally have a memorandum that was added that has both an open and a closed appendix. This is item 7.2.
Thank you. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Pauls, to approve the agenda as it is presented today. Yes, a question on the agenda first, Councillor Crutch.
I believe the items that were added yesterday were added late in the day. So I haven't had a chance to look at them. And I'm wondering if they will also be available and be added for discussion on the February 13th meeting in case people want to pick them up there. Like I'm going to try to read them during the meeting, but I mean.
Would your request be to defer them to at some point?
If they're not, they're good there for information. It's good for us to have them. I'm just saying, could we maybe also defer them so they're also on the agenda for the next time in case people have more detailed questions or would like to ask more detailed information out of them?
Maybe we can receive some clarity from the clerk on the timing and the opportunities. Clerk Trenham.
So the desire of staff was to make sure that members had the information as soon as possible, given the short timelines, which is why it is on today and late. It would not automatically in itself be available on the item if it's not deferred to the next meeting. So that's an option today. Any member could defer it. It would have to be a member that hasn't spoken to it when it's on the floor, of course. That being said, there's nothing to prevent members of council from bringing it forward through a motion or otherwise at the next meeting as well, or further discussing those items in reference to potential motions.
Okay, so we don't need to defer. We could just bring it forward as a motion if we want to next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? Councillor McMeekin.
I just want to be clear. I submitted a motion, budget motion to the clerk's office. I haven't seen that reflected in any of the material I've received. So I just want to make sure that's not lost. It was about the traffic light in Carlisle. I just flagged that.
Okay, maybe that would be a conversation. We will be at this table again. I don't know if that's
That's why I'm
sufficient.
asking, building on Cameron's point of
Yeah.
clarity. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, good morning, Budget Chair Wilson as well. Similar to Councillor McMeekin, I submitted what I felt was a budget reduction motion to City Clerk Trenham in the last 72 hours. And I just want to ensure it's not lost. And if it's going to be for next Friday, I'm very comfortable with that. So if I could just have confirmation, please.
Clerk Trenham, perhaps you could speak to both of these and the runway available and the work that is involved in reviewing motions upon receipt. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll speak generally to all members, really. There are a few other motions that have been received that are still being worked on with staff or analyzed just to confirm that they are in order. You will receive communication from myself and or staff or both within the coming days just to confirm that. All the motions that I'm currently aware of will be scheduled to be brought forward for the 13th.
I'm satisfied with that, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you. Thanks, City Clerk Trenham.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this agenda as it's proposed? It's been duly moved and seconded, I believe. Hands up or down. That carries. Thank you. Any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. We have 2 sets of minutes for your consideration, and I hope approval. Minutes from this budget deliberation, January the 29th of this year, and also GSC budget deliberation on the 30th. If I can have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Francis. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, please show your favor or displeasure with a show of hands. That carries. Thank you. Now, don't be shy with your hands, folks. It's good to move your body. Okay, we have a number of pieces of correspondence with respect to this budget. Wow. Fantastic. Okay, a mover and a seconder to receive the items. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Francis. Anyone want to speak to any of the items? Okay, show of hands, please. That carries. Thank you. We have an item for your information, 7.1, correspondence from Pamela Byrne and Paul Takala, the Hamilton Public Library. A mover and a seconder to receive the item, moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, show of hands, please. Carried. If up, thank you. That does carry. Thank you. On to 7.2. Please note, 7.2 is called Service Mitigation Measures. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor, but if you wish to speak to the confidential Appendix B to this item, we can go into closed and then defer all of this until then. What is your pleasure? If a mover and seconder to put it on the floor first. Moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Wang. No wish to defer? Okay. Okay. So in fairness, going back to some of the comments, this was a late addition. So there's a public session or an open session item, and then tethered to that is a closed session item. If you wanted to speak to all of it in full, we could defer 7.2 until, if you'd like to go in closed. While you're deliberating that, I'll recognize Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. So like Councillor Cretch said, this is a very sensitive document we just got this morning, and I'll go with your direction. Definitely want to go in camera today, or next Friday is fine for me, but just glancing through, this is what I would call the Councillor Jeff Beattie file that he requested, and there's some really, really sensitive stuff in here. So I'll go with your direction. I definitely just don't want to receive it in public session and then just park it. Either go in camera today or next week, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm at the will of committee. If you'd like to go into close to begin deliberation on it today, happy to receive that deferral motion. Councillor Clark, you would wish to... You wish to move into closed to discuss it now? Okay, in its totality, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Okay, defer a motion, only debate the instructions. Any debate on the instructions? What is your pleasure? Oh, yeah, my bad.
Before we deliberate on the item, I think it would be prudent that we review it in camera and then decide which items in that are legitimately items that should be open to the public. I've not parsed it all to make that decision yet. So I'm just worried about us making it public, and some items should never have been made public. Does that make sense, Chair?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just noting there is a public portion and there is a private portion. And if it is your will to go into closed now, we can do that.
I'm fine just deferring it to the end of the meeting when we would normally do a closed session, and I'm seeing some support around the table with that.
Okay, so that is the proposal for deferral, and the timing of which to defer both this item until the conclusion of this meeting after we deliberate the motions. Okay, I need a show of hands to support that request. That is so carried. Thank you. Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Thank you so much, Elsie McRae. We're going into the motions at present. Okay, that's items starting with the number 9 on your agenda. Let me just get down to that, please. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 motions. I'm very pleased to announce that all of these motions are in order. And I really appreciate how the diligence of members in following the requests. So we're on to 9.1, contingency allocations for 2026 public works tax levy funded capital projects. This has been slightly revised. Councillor Taddison, would you like to introduce your motion, please, and identify your seconder? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. It's contingency allocations for 2026 public works tax levy funded capital projects, and it's revised. So whereas the City of Hamilton includes contingency allowances within capital project budgets to manage delivery risk and cost uncertainty, whereas staff have reviewed the 2026 Public Works tax-funded capital budget and confirmed that a 3% contingency reduction for projects valued between $100,000 and $2 million is technically feasible within the current budget framework. Whereas Public Works Report PW 25088, including Appendix A, was prepared in a response to a motion brought forward by myself last year in February and presents an analysis of applied versus actual contingency usage for completed public works capital projects based on available 2024 and the first half of 2025 financial data. Whereas in Appendix A of that report, it indicates that public works capital project contracts values between $100,000 to $300,000 averaged, and the average applied contingency rate was 12%, while the actual contingency rate spent was 3%. Whereas Appendix A of the same report says the capital projects with contract values of $300,000 to $1 million, the average contingency rate was 10%, while the actual contingency, the applied contingency rate was 10%, while the average actual contingency was 4%. Whereas Appendix A in Report PW 25088 indicates that for public capital works projects with contract values of $1 million to $2 million, the average applied contingency rate was 12%, while the average actual contingency rate spent was only 1%. Whereas in the same report, it demonstrates that actual contingency usage for completed public work capital projects was consistently much lower than applied contingency rates across multiple projects' value ranges. So, whereas applying a 3% contingency reduction to eligible 2026 public works tax-funded capital projects is estimated to generate approximately $593,000 in available funding capacity. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2026 tax budget be amended as follows: that staff be directed to implement a 3% reduction in contingency allocations for 2026 public works tax levy funded capital projects valued between $100,000 and $2 million. That the proposed 2026 tax capital levy be reduced by $593,000, and that staff be directed to monitor and report on actual contingency uses, including comparison against historical use patterns in Public Works Report PW 25088, and that staff be directed to report back to Council by Q3 of 2026 on realized financial impacts, material cost trends, and operational considerations arising from implementation. Now, I do want to note, may I speak to this now? I do want to note that staff did look at that pilot project and they reduced it by 20%. This is actually only asking for 10% beyond that. So I look at this in two ways. Again, the city, there's still room. For me, when I look at this, it's 3% out of 12%, which is 25%, 4 out of 10, which is 40%, and 1 out of 12, which is 8.5%. There is so much more room that we could exist without de-risking or without risking contingencies factors here. And the second way that I look at this is when a contractor puts in a bid to do city work, they should have some risk built in to their bid. So there's going to be unknowns that are going to happen. That should be inside their bid. If they make a mistake and the contractor has some extra costs attributed to that, that should be on the contractor, not on the public purse. We shouldn't be asking taxpayers to pay for mistakes that contractors make because they made poor bids. So that's how I feel about this. I think that the city needs to hold contractors more responsible and accountable to the bids they make. And this still allows for some contingencies well within the risk factors that I've identified. And so I think this is a win-win for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Just a couple of questions on this. And I don't think I'm quite clear on this. So in an example, hypothetical, Acme Paving wins a contract for the city. The contract is for $1 million. Is the contract, does the person who wins the bid know that there's a contingency on the city side of anywhere from 10% up to 15%? Are they aware of that?
If I can go to GM Kennedy to help walk us through this.
Thank you. Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. The contractor does not know the amount of the contingency, but they are aware that there is a practice of having contingency available for when unknown situations come up.
And can I ask, what's the process to verify that it's a legitimate unknown situation or one that should have been known by the person who bid on the contract?
Thank you. That's a great question. And through the chair, we have project management staff who are, this is what they do. They're skilled and knowledgeable in the work before them. And there's a contract in place. They review the contract, consider whether the contractor ought to have known of what they are claiming is beyond the scope of work. And if it's not, or if it's at the fault of the contractor, then the contractor is held accountable to make that work within their base bid price. If it is something that is an unknown, for example, when we are excavating, there are often things that are buried that we're not aware of, and the contractor would have had no way to know that. And so in those instances, that's what contingency is used for, is to pay for those unknown unknowns that come up from time to time in the kind of work that we do.
I'm tempted to parse the words unknown unknowns and unknown unknowns and known unknowns. It gets a little bit confusing. So to be clear, the city decides what the contingency is now that we're having this motion here. In open session, anyone that's bidding now knows that there's a contingency that they can utilize. And it's up to the administrator of the contract to determine whether or not it's a legitimate item for a contingency or something that should have been absorbed by the proponent's contingency, because they also have contingencies in their bids. Is that how this works?
So the contractor does not get to decide to use the city's contingency. The city's contingency is under the contract administrator. It's under their authority. So before proceeding with the work that the contractor is suggesting is outside of their base scope of work, they need approval from the contract administrator or the city's project manager to access that contingency. So they would put in what's called a contemplated change notice for review. That would be reviewed and then either accepted, revised, or rejected by the contract administrator before the work proceeds.
And if that dollar value exceeds $250,000, it has to come before a committee of council?
Through the chair, the ability to use the contingency is within the authority of staff at varying levels for various dollar amounts. The need to come to council exists when the change to the contract or to the project budget, which includes the contingency, exceeds that threshold.
And what's that threshold?
I think you've referenced the correct number of 250,000. I will ask GM Zagarag as well. It's a procurement policy.
Thank you.
Through the budget chair, Mike Zagarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. That's correct. 250,000 requires council approval.
So theoretically, there should never be a dramatic increase in a budget for an item that council's not aware of. If it is exceeding 250,000, we should always be aware. Correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And we have examples, whether it's the maintenance storage facility, Macassa Lodge, and most recently, some transit vehicles where there's been escalation in price and budget, and that has come to council for consideration and approval.
Except Bart and Tiffany, but we're going to deal with that on the 10th. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Budget Chair, and through you, thanks to Councillor Tattison for bringing this forward for consideration. I know there's been a lot of effort put into it. Just have a few questions for clarification. First off, I think it's to GM Zagarek. What happens today if a contingency isn't spent? Where does that money go, and how does the city benefit from it?
Through the chair, if there are remaining funds in a capital project as part of our annual capital closing reports, it comes before council, and those funds go to either the original funding source, whether that is a reserve, or in the case where it was debt funded, to reduce our reliance on debt, or to our unallocated capital reserve to be leveraged for other requirements. And so any remaining funds form part of a surplus that then gets allocated through our WIP closing report.
Okay, so it's good to know, Chair, that there is a process and policy, and those dollars are accounted for. Next question. With a reduction in contingency, I would suggest that the potential of running out of contingency could go up, however much I don't know. And the motion referenced averages, so there could be outliers to that. Is there, from staff's point of view, is there any material risk to timelines or rework or additional work that's caused through this that council should be aware of when considering this motion? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. So based on the amounts that are being suggested for revision and the project band that we're talking about, we've done analysis on it for the Public Works faction of those projects and feel that we can work with this. It's an overall reduction in 3% from where we were previously. And the analysis that we've done shows that we can give this a try. There is some risk that we have additional administrative work to bring forward. Worst case scenario in that is that it gets to a point where we can't keep a contractor moving and we end up in delays, which end up costing more money. So contingency is there to allow projects to continue to progress in a timely way, for staff to make decisions with a reasonable amount of bandwidth relative to the competitively bid, low bid that we award the contract on, to keep projects moving along at the pace we want them to.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just a quick comment then. So I understand risk has been assessed. There's some comfort with the risk. There's a report back, I believe it says in the motion, on how things are going. I think it's prudent to push a little bit and take some risk as long as it's calculated, and I think in this case that it is. So I would support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jackson, please.
It took 3 years, but the Ward 11 councillor has converted me, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. He worked on me for 3 years on this file.
Sorry, are you a Patriot now, or are you still a Cowboys? Seahawks?
That wasn't necessary, Budget Chair
I
Wilson.
know,
Thank
but
you.
I enjoyed it so much.
I know you
Continue.
did. I know you did. Just keep chairing the budgets, please, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you. You do a fine job with it, a very fine job. Anyways, I want to thank Councillor Taddison, all kidding aside, potentially $600,000 saved here right off the bat. My worry all along had been, as I shared to him and General Manager Kennedy, I didn't want contingencies reduced if it meant potentially projects would then be delayed if they, for whatever reason, ran over budget, and we know how often that happens, and even on reconstruction projects, it happens, and often with low bids. It happens more often once the contractor gets the bid at the low price and then says, oh my goodness, I didn't realize the extra work needed, and comes back to the city, and because we gave them the bid legally, we got to continue to give them extra contingency. But Councillor Taddison's done tremendous amount of homework. This is an opportunity to further reduce the overall 4.25%, and I'm supportive. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Budget Chair.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. Not dissimilar from the comments made by Councillor Jackson. I would say this has been a real focus of Councillor Taddison, and I appreciate it. I have two concerns. I'm going to support it. I have two concerns, though, and one is just following up on some of the issues around that were raised by Councillor Cassar and in some ways echoed by Councillor Jackson in terms of potential risk and delays, etc. Will there be an opportunity for staff at some point to flag council should this look like it's going to be causing some of the concerns raised by the councillors already? So instead of waiting to a point where we're actually pushing things out, preventing people from having good jobs, which they need these days in our city, but also delaying important infrastructure projects that we need to continue to grow the city. So is there a way to, would staff be in a position to, to have a flag that, oh, this is really causing us some challenges, we need to go back to council? Would that be something that's possible? Or is it just wait till the year end and see what all comes out in the wash?
An evaluation opportunity, please. GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, short answer is yes. As it relates to within our procurement policy, we can continue to move projects forward where there are challenges within that policy by appropriating funds within limits set by council until such time as we are before council to identify if there are any challenges. And those challenges could be fairly unique to, for instance, trades and tariff, and we would come to council and identify which projects may be impacted and seek direction from council as to whether or not to proceed with alternative financing strategies, to pause, or to reprioritize projects.
I appreciate that because we're living in times where we've seen a lot of disruption, first through the pandemic, now with the trade wars. We know that we have economic challenges, and we know that the people of the city are having a tough time making ends meet. And so as other orders of government do their jobs in terms of ensuring that infrastructure projects keep people working, like laborers and tradespeople, et cetera, I think we have a role to play there too. So that's very positive, and I appreciate the response. And again, thanks to Councillor Taddison, I'll be supporting this one.
Any other first-time speakers on the item? Councillor Taddison, are you up for a second time? Okay.
I just wanted to reiterate that, first off, in talking about the reserve, the funds, the remaining funds that are from the contingencies, basically 70%, 60%, and 92% in the areas that I've identified go to reserves. And I think there's room to keep that money in the taxpayers' pockets. So that's my one stance, and the other stance is I say to contractors, bid better. That's all, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on this item. It's been duly moved and seconded, and I would ask you to register your vote electronically. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin has a thumbs up. Councillor Spatafora? Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That carries 16-0. Congratulations, Councillor Tattison, and appreciate your hard work on this over the course of many years. Thank you. We're on to item 9.2, extension of non-residential blue box collection. Councillor Kretsch, please introduce your motion and identify your seconder.
It's moved by me and seconded by Councillor Nan. It's been on the agenda for a while. I won't carry on the tradition of reading out the entire motion. This one is multiple pages. You've got it for your reference. I will say a couple things because I think it's good to remind folks of what is happening here. Yes, in part, this is us trying to make up for what Councillor Clark called before for the province downloading things to us that aren't our responsibility to a certain extent. However, when they decided to do this, the province made this choice with respect to recycling for commercial businesses. What they did was they said, nope, you can't have residential and commercial recycling collected by the same truck and by the same folks. And a program we had here that was affordable at a local level for us to deliver for businesses around $400,000, $427,000, went up to being $2.824 million. What I didn't say last time was that was only after rerouting savings. And so before there was a whole effort made to change and get these savings for rerouting, it was north of $4 million. So the province instituted a program without consultation, without talking to businesses, that increased costs to them by 10 times. This municipality then went out of its way to try and do something about that, found costs by working with the contractor for rerouting, which involved contract negotiations to some extent because we have a contract till 2029. And we tried to provide a buffer from January to March, but we all know in January what happened when the program was launched was chaos. The province's program didn't consider a bunch of things like what to do when there's a residence above a business, which downtown and in lots of areas of the city is a concern because you have a residential recycling program happening upstairs and a business recycling program happening downstairs. I don't know how on earth the province couldn't have anticipated that, but here we are. And so that's created a bunch of confusion and problems, and businesses were asked at the same time over the holiday to sort of magically find themselves a new person to do this work. Well, if individual businesses do that, it'll cost them many thousands of dollars a year. But if they're able to group together, right, either through BIAs or through themselves, so there's not, for instance, a BIA on James Street North or James Street South, but if businesses on James Street were able to get a single contract with a private recycler, then they would be able to reduce their costs significantly. So we know if you look across Ontario, this is happening. Businesses are having to pick up this cost. The goal of this is to give them more time, allow them to work with one another to find group rates to reduce the cost, and then it would come online in 2027 January. And so obviously this is not a permanent measure, but it's one I think that will help businesses that are struggling across our city. We already took the step of giving a 3-month period. Didn't work. And businesses are asking for a bit more time. You'll see on the agenda, in case you haven't seen it, a letter from I think almost every BIA across the city supporting this, asking for this to happen to reduce costs for their members. And the costs will be coming out of a reserve. So it's a tax stabilization reserve. It'll be $2.112 million for this year. And that leaves the future council to decide how they want to apply the overall savings of $11.1 million we received from the province when they took on residential recycling. That's not a decision before us today. We've already allocated those funds somewhere else in the budget. That's the motion in the long version. I hope you'll support it. Thanks very much.
Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to support this motion along with Councillor Kretsch, especially so because there is a practice already in place that would result in a no tax levy impact. But not approving this would have an absolutely detrimental impact to those that have been deemed not eligible. Without any consultation, without any contingency on the part of the province when they took over recycling services and gave the services to private contracts citywide or province-wide. We've heard from all the BIAs requesting support for this motion. I can imagine that many of the other non-eligible property owners may not even know about these changes. The only question I have to staff is related to the third portion of the direction in the motion, which is about what I think is the important work right now, reaching out to all of those non-eligible properties. So if we could get a little information on how does staff think they're going to be able to go about that robust outreach, and whether or not there'll be a corresponding report on the success of transitioning to Bluebox collection, should this motion go forward. Thank you.
I see Director Story is at the ready again. So
Yes.
good to see you, Director Story.
Thank you.
Did you hear the question?
I did. So through the chair, Angela Story, the Director of Waste Management. Thank you, Councillor Nan, for the question. Working with Councillor Kretsch upon my return in January, we did talk a lot about supporting the transition. So what we're working on as a team is we need to communicate, we need to transition, and we need to implement. So the items that we're working on initially then would be part of the communication piece. So we want to make sure we've got every effort and every tactic available to us to, once we know the decision in the budget, to make sure everybody is aware of what's happening. And then we'll move into supporting through the transition. We've already started, municipal scans of what other cities are doing. We've looked at in addition to our, collecting through the rest of the year, we've looked at private transfer stations in the city and what it would cost. Do they accept Bluebox materials if somebody wanted to simply drop it off after work or once a week or something? We've also done a scan of collectors in the city that do offer a recycling collection program, similar to the Bluebox program that we would have now. One thing we did here with through the BIAs was about bins and how expensive bins are. So we are making sure we're getting some. They're fictitious because we're not really a customer, but at the same time, if somebody wanted to continue with collection on the curb as opposed to a bin, a lot of businesses don't have storage for a big bin. So we do have some collectors available to say 2 carts with a weekly pickup or 4 carts with a weekly pickup. So we want to be able to provide resources like that to the businesses so that they are able to compare the different options that are available and make the best decision for themselves.
Excellent, thank you. And through you, Chair, so in terms of a post-effort report, we'll get one as a council, and that will give us insight into how many properties actually were non-eligible within the city of Hamilton.
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct. We will definitely be reporting back. One of the other items we're looking at from a support perspective is still, after all of the efforts that we make over the next 11 months, there still may be businesses out there that continue to put their recycling out at come January 2027. So we're also looking at continuing the recycling truck with city staff following along behind them for a couple of weeks, so that when we go by, if there happens to still be business recycling at the curb, we'll provide them with a piece of promotional material or a sticker or something so that they'll be able to get the information directly from us at the curb on the day of their collection. And then we would give them our phone number to say, you've only got a week or 2 now to be able to set up a program for yourself. So we'll want to ensure that we know the numbers of people that hadn't implemented come January 2027 and help them through that.
Thank you. Full disclosure, I touched the screen and I have lost all the folks who were on the speakers list, so I apologize. So if you would like to indicate once more, but I do believe, if memory serves me correctly, Councillor Jackson, you were next.
I just wanted to provide a thank you to
I'm so sorry,
Director
Councillor Nan.
Story for the responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I apologize to my colleagues. I apologize, Councillor Nan, for cutting you off there. Councillor Jackson.
Can you and I speak at lunchtime, Councillor Wilson? I'm only kidding. It's all right. I'm only kidding. Anyways, Councillor Wilson, Budget Chair. I'm fully supportive of this, but I need to ask 2 or 3 questions of Director Story. And she's just amazing in the role she fulfills as our Director of Waste Management. I can't get over the number of small businesses in my ward that are both furious at what their optics is the reduction in a level of service and paying higher taxes and no communication at all. They have been caught totally off guard. So and listen, nothing is judgmental, Director Story. You know I'm a huge supporter, and I say that publicly, not just privately, of your work and your team. So I'm not being judgmental, but in hindsight, did we not have as robust a campaign as maybe we should have in terms of communication? I mean, if we did Canada Post, obviously there were strikes going on, so maybe that didn't arrive in time for a lot of the businesses. Can you help me understand why so many, at least in my ward, have no knowledge of this would be coming to an end except for this motion? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
For sure. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jackson. With Bluebox transition, as you know, we had a couple of years to kind of prepare for the different types of changes that might be happening in the recycling program. As recent as last summer, there was potentially an opportunity that the regulation was going to be changed so that the collectors in our municipality under the new program would make an offer to us to continue accepting Blue Box material from businesses in the same truck. So that's the part that Councillor Crutch has referenced a few times. It makes it much more efficient if you drive by every property and just pick them up in order. Unfortunately, in the early fall, when they finalized those regulations, that piece was not accepted or implemented. So we needed to revert back to it needs to be separated, non-eligibles are no longer going to be collected, etc. So what the team did prior to April 1st, 2025, because you'll recall that was our transition date, we did have GFL as our contractor at the time, as well as ourselves, reconcile the business address list of who we thought was receiving recycling collection. So we came up with a list of around 3,000 properties at that time. And then at the end of October, we mailed, yes, Canada Post, but there was no strike at that point. We mailed letters to each of those businesses to notify them of the change that was A, coming to the province in January, but B, coming to our city in March, because we did have the pilot project already planned from January to March to help them transition to their new program. Because we did do our reconciliation of our business list not in October 2025, we did receive some return to sender. There are lots of scenarios where I'm owning a business in this shop, but I don't own the building. So similar to other things, when we mail material, sometimes it ends up going to or most often, it would end up going to the owner of the property, which could be in Toronto, could be in Hamilton, could be on an island, wherever that might be. So by using only Canada Post in October, we did miss being able to communicate with everyone that would be impacted. We would have continued to receive and kind of reactively respond to inquiries in January, as we did, and then we're continuing every day to fine-tune that list so that we know exactly who's getting business recycling collection now, who we need to support going forward, et cetera.
So thank you for that exhaustive explanation, Director Story. How can whoever's here on council next January, how can they be assured over the next 9 months that they won't be in the same position we're in right now? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please. I think that's, okay, and put me down for a second time, please. Could she at least answer that question, please? Thank you. Director?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jackson. Again, with our communications plan that we're working on now for this portion of the program, we have a number of tactics that we want to use. Some people use social media. Some people get letters in the mail. Some people get paper, the newspaper, and we'll do ads in there. Some people look at the Weather Network and we'll put ads on there. So basically what our plan is for this portion of the communication is to ensure we'll work with corporate communications on the best way to get the information out to the people that need it. And plus, as I've noted in the other items that I've talked about, we want to do a lot more boots on the ground and, follow the recycling truck, make sure we're getting to the people where they are, not expecting them just to come to us.
Thank you. Second time, please. Thanks, Budget Chair.
Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. What did Yogi Berra used to say? Deja vu all over again. Here we go. This is a testimonial to the need to consult at least with AMO and if possible, even broader on policy changes that have fiscal implications to municipalities. When you don't do that, this is the result. I appreciate Director Story's efforts and the efforts of Councillor Kretsch and his seconder and others to rethink and regather a way forward. We do need more time, mentioning communication, transition, and implementation. We need time for communication, transition, and implementation with the province as well. And I think when all is said and done, there's usually more said than there is done, but when all is said and done, I think we should ensure that whatever the bill is that we have to pick up because of the inability to do this properly from the start gets sent to the Premier and his government. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. Appreciate this. I have just a couple of questions. Some of them were similar to Councillor Jackson's, but particularly concerns about how we make sure that this doesn't just become absorbed into the operating costs of the City of Hamilton when it's really something that shouldn't be a part of the operating costs of the City of Hamilton. So there's that, and not dissimilar, I don't think, in terms of the timelines of why will it take another 9 months as opposed to 6 months or an extra 3 months to transition to the next to a better system, or a system that actually allows those businesses to to find solutions. So one would be why the time frame that we have in front of us, and the second would be, or the other one would be the how do we ensure that this doesn't just get absorbed into the operating costs of the City of Hamilton? Because I can say, and this is no disrespect, but if somebody else is picking up the freight, then you're not going to ever want to pick up the freight. And so I know this is not our decision to force those businesses to pick up the freight. That's the provincial government's decision to do that. And if it's not, if that's something that then, I can't imagine small businesses who struggle every day to make ends meet, and to especially in this economy, how they'll ever come to a place where they're happy with the fact that they now have to pay for something out of pocket that they were being provided by a government through their taxes. So I don't know, maybe this last part there is a bit rhetorical, but certainly the first two pieces I think are, I'd like some information on that. Why this period of time was chosen, and how do we make sure that it just doesn't get absorbed into the operating costs for the City of Hamilton?
Director Story.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mayor Horvath. I would suggest that the new date was chosen because it did allow just the most time for the phases of the project that we're talking about. So I've had most of my communications through Councillor Kretsch, and he's been working with council, and it seemed like the best date would be January 1st, 2027. It is not that we couldn't have an earlier date. We costed out all the how much would a month cost, a quarter cost, et cetera. However, it was just based on everyone's thoughts and conversations, the end of the year as a round date just seemed the easiest to work with.
And thank you, Director Story. The second part of the question was, come January, there will be some built-in unhappiness, but what will be the off-ramp? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, it would be like any program that we offer through the customer contact center, through the online forms, through our direct communication with these businesses. We are saying you can call the city, but we're also saying you can call this person, or you can email this person to get specific support or help that they may need. It is not my thought or our thought right now in going through this motion that we'll be back here next year at budget debating the same topic. It is hopeful that all of the support that we're providing can help the businesses to come up with what their next phase of their Bluebox kind of program would be. I did also want to mention that you talked about the operating budget, and other people can help with this as well. But yes, thankful that we do have some reserves in the city that we're able to extend this program by using that means. But you are right, Councillor Horvath, in the sense that the time that we've all worked on it in the month of January has. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Horvath. Thank you. I heard that good. No, but the time that everybody has taken in the month of January to try to smooth over what's been going on with the implementation, all of that is in the operating budget, and doesn't allow us to work on other things because this is what we're working on now. But it's the most important thing that we're working on now, so we're happy to do that. The communications items, whether that's going to be $5,000 or $10,000 over the next number of months, we're going to absorb that in our operating budget. So you are exactly right that any of the tactics that we are moving into for the next number of months, we will be absorbing that in our operating budget.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. Just one last question, and that is the impact on the reserves. So we've just had a motion that's going to impact reserves. Now we have another motion that's going to impact reserves. And I know lots of councillors have been nervous over the years about utilizing our reserves to help with our levy relief. And so my last question would be, what does this do in terms of our reserve strategy, and how do we make sure that as we continue through this process, we're aware of the impact of decisions we're making on our reserves and reserve strategy? Thank you.
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, the reserve strategy, which was included as Appendix E to the proposed budget and report FCS 26001, already reflects a draw of approximately $11 million from our tax stabilization reserve in alignment with the objectives surrounding affordability. That reserve, inclusive of that $11 million draw, would have a uncommitted balance of $22 million, and so this would bring that reserve to a uncommitted balance of $20 million.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I find this one very interesting. This council historically have made it an ongoing mantra to the province of Ontario to stop the downloading. I've heard statements, I've made statements, here's more downloading, here's more downloading by stealth, here's downloading through the back door. So the province takes upon themselves the repatriation of recycling to the province and forces the producers of the materials to pay for it. Thereby, they arrange the program. The savings are to the municipalities. This is their responsibility. This is their uploading of the recycling program, not saving council, but saving the taxpayers $11 million a year, which is just shy of a 1% increase on our property taxes. So if this council chooses to fund recycling for businesses that legitimately claim they did not know, even though the city of Hamilton sent them notices, or they procrastinated in finding recycling services, or they chose not to adjust their business practice, and we pick up that tab, council is now penalizing all the businesses that chose to comply. All the businesses that hired a service or took it upon themselves to remove their own recycling. They paid their taxes and they're paying for recycling. And now we're creating a program where the city will pay. I fear the small businesses who are paying for recycling now will say, well, what the? I pay my property taxes and I'm paying for my recycling, and now the city says to small businesses, no, it's okay, we'll pick up your recycling, we'll pay for it. So then what prevents them from saying, hell, I'll save some money. I'll put my recycling out too, and I'll cancel my contract, because now the city is taking it up. This is not the city's obligation. This is not the city's responsibility. It is the province's regulation. Let me say that one more time. It is the province's regulation. It is their decision. It is their responsibility. We should be referring anyone who's complaining about this to MPP Skelly, MPP Cirillo, MPP Lumsden, Premier Ford, and the cabinet ministers. They made the decision. They made the decision to say businesses do not qualify for the recycling pickup program. And yet we're taking all the heat, all the flack. Not only that, we're going to voluntarily pick up another $2 million in costs to help businesses who didn't prepare themselves. I don't agree with that. I think it's ridiculous. And the very same people around this table who cry about all the downloading are willingly picking up more downloading. We're doing it to ourselves. And again, we save $11 million a year through this new program, just shy of 1% on the property taxes. I can't support this. It doesn't make sense. I drive around the city, and I would say the vast majority of these large big box stores and all these businesses, they have a service provider to pick up their recycling. They're doing that voluntarily because it's good business practice, it's good environmental practice. I don't think it's the right thing for the city to pick up that responsibility. Thank you.
Just a reminder, this is a time for questions. Councillor Cooper.
Mine will be comments, so I'll come back on it. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, have you spoken to this item? Yes, I have. Okay. But I did ask for... Yes, thank you, thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I have one question and the rest comments, so I'm taking it. You'd like me to ask my one question and then pause? Okay, thank you. City properties like rec centers are also non-eligible properties. I'm just going to use a Dundas-specific example for a second. We have residential upstairs, commercial downstairs, and then these large municipal rec centers, libraries, things kind of bookending our downtown. That makes a really great recycling route. If you're allowed to put all those non-eligible properties together, there's a lot of efficiencies there. As we look around the city and we see different communities, different groups of businesses may start pursuing collective solutions or collective pricing, because that's where they're going to get their best deal, is the more people you can get on a dense route, that's how you're going to get your best price point. We also have to do that same work for our own properties. We may have different choices, we may have different contracts. I'm just wondering what the overlap or potential synergy between those two pieces are. It obviously gets difficult if we have different rec centers and different contracts that have business owners in them. Like I could see our own administrative head of can of worms going down there, but also if we are helping business owners pay for a truck to come by and get that contract, and we have our own non-eligible properties along that route. I'm just wondering, how will we evaluate those potential opportunities, decide what makes sense administratively throughout this transition through you, Chair?
Thank you. Director Story, trust you heard the question.
I did, yep. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So right now, all non-eligible properties on the list will continue if this service continues through the year. So for starters, nothing would change there. Most of our city facilities are on a collection route, so that continues. What we will be doing for the implementation phase of this, whatever the date is, we will have to work with corporate facilities and look into the contracts for cleaning, look into the contracts if they've got specific waste removal services for those city buildings. So we will need to work separately with as that group of non-eligible sources to see what the future lies for them.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Clark. It's interesting that on Wednesday, MPP Cirillo and Minister Tangri had a town hall at St. Catherine de Siena. and her town hall was about small business. Now, it was an hour and a half long. I only stayed for 45 minutes. I was the only counselor there. And while I was there, not one raised to the minister about this. And I was, the time I was there anyways, they might have later on. But it was interesting. I called my BIA, Concession Street, made sure they were there. I don't know if MPP reached out to others, but my question to Story is, are we telling the BIAs, the commercials saying, reach out to MPPs that are working with the province to solve this problem? Because really, we are paying everything now, you know, and we cannot afford this. People cannot afford it. I have BIAs tell me, they've emailed me, they can't afford getting a bin, and I feel for them. But are we reaching out to them saying what we know, that it is downloading?
Okay, respectfully, before Director Story answers that, I just want to be really careful that we're not suggesting it is the responsibility of professional public servants to advocate and provide for political messaging on responsibility. That is the head of council's responsibility at the direction of this body. So can I ask you to consider that commentary and perhaps tweak your question if you could?
Yes, I will, and I have told my constituents about what's happening. I've been doing that, but I'm just wondering if we as a city as a whole can do it together and communicate that, the communication aspect, that's all I want to know. What's our communication aspect then?
So I think Director Story has spoken a lot about the work they're going to lean into on the communication. I think your component is how perhaps in that messaging will we earmark where this regulation is coming from. Is that perhaps your question?
It is, because in my opinion, we're going to give them help till December 2026. What comes next, we don't know. And we can't keep doing this. So yes, that's my question.
I think that is in order, and I'll look to Director Story whether she wants to assume that and or look to Director Anderson. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair. So what has been happening in January is there's two types of calls or two types of complaints that we receive. One is based on service. So some business has put their recycling out and it wasn't collected. Generally, it's because we need to reconcile the list. You know, they might have been missed, or we have a lot of properties that are on corners and they, you know, the list says they're on X Street, but they put their waste out on Y Street. So some of the items that we deal with, Councillor Pauls, is simply service issues. The other types of concerns, which you're also receiving, are about the program in general. So in any communication, the letter we sent in October, as we're planning and preparing for our communications going forward, we will include, it is the regulation, it is a regulation coming from the province, and here's the contacts that you can call. There are so many right now, so many hands in the recycling pot. You know, we do have access to ministers, which those businesses can reach out to, but then there's what does circular materials do? What does GFL as their collector do? And what does the city do? So there is still quite a bit of confusion on who to contact when you have a question about your recycling. And what we're finding right now is most items are coming to the city, and through the contact center, waste management, or councillors' offices, we're all trying to triage where the best answer that person's going to be able to get will come from.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to second time for questions still, Councillor Jackson, for comments? Okay, if that's the case, I am going to recognize Councillor Cooper first.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I think our Bluebox program is exceptional here in Hamilton, and I would hate to see us lose that ground on it. But I'm also mindful of the fact that the backbone of our community is our small businesses, right? They're under attack. We've heard from all our BAAs. I met with Greg Dunnett yesterday. He reinforced that to me as well, saying, you know, whether it be, you know, you look at the Trump tariffs, the Carney tariffs, whatever they are, it's hard times for people. And if you look at the beginning of this term of council, we had our tax base for business was 14%. Today we're at 11%. The message there is we're losing businesses. Some of these programs, we're looking at $2 million on savings of 11. You say, well, we've already saved 9 on that, and we're carrying this program for another year. Fact of the matter is, $2 million is a small amount to pay if this means that some of our businesses are going to keep going and continue to hire people in our community. So I will be supporting this. I think it's a good motion, and I like the fact that it's a transition, and so I will be voting for this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jackson, and then I have Councillor Cretch. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. I want to thank Councillor Cretch and Councillor Nan for bringing this forward. Again, just to summarize, many businesses in my community and churches, quite frankly, got caught off guard because this is not just about businesses. It's about churches and mosques and social service agencies as well. I just want to say, as a former small business owner of 2 Second Cup stores, I was just in the business to employ people, pay taxes, enjoy coffee retailing, and try to make a little bit of a profit for my wife and myself. And, when you get a letter in the mail, a general letter from the municipality, well, you put it aside for a period of time because you're working 9, 10, 12-hour days in your small business. So I can fully appreciate how many small businesses and just trying to survive, and especially coming out of the pandemic, just probably didn't even take a look at a letter that maybe arrived from the municipality. Some of them didn't even get it, but those that did, I fully can appreciate where their priorities were. And so I'm going to support this. It's from our tax stabilization reserve. And again, the optics that I'm hearing is the perception of a potential service reduction while people are paying higher taxes. And we need to find a way to break that perception. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Cretch.
I think I should have made my opening remarks a little bit longer so I could have shared some more details. I think they're important details. So what's happening here is a couple things. Councillor Jackson has pointed to what people have said in terms of needing to prepare. So I want to explain that. It's not a matter of some businesses followed the rules and some didn't. What happened was the city had reached out, as Director Story had said, last year and told businesses 2 things. 1, the province is taking over this program as of January. You're not eligible anymore to the provincial program. Now, that's not to speak to the things that we did before and how that all worked and the differences between the different kinds of collection situations in the city and what our responsibilities were. That's a whole other conversation. But that happened. They also told businesses at the same time, just so you know, council, I think it was near unanimous, I can't remember the vote, but it was we were going to allow there to be a transitional period between January and March for folks. And then this is what businesses were told on the 3rd point. They were told, okay, but as part of this budget, we recognize we have a contract with our current recycling provider till 2029. And what we're going to do is we're going to apply the $11.1 million in savings from the provincial government to carry out the contract till 2029. So businesses thought to themselves when they heard that was, oh, okay, this isn't an expense I have to budget for. This is going to carry on till 2029. And then at that time, we're going to have a discussion here about what to do when the contract expires. When the budget directive came in, then staff had to make cuts, and this is one of the cuts they put forward as part of that to the mayor. And that's where we're at. And businesses got notice of that about, I want to say 3 weeks ago, I feel like. 2 to 3 weeks ago, they were given notice of that for the very first time. So what we're doing here, simply in a roundabout way, frankly, without impacting the levy this year, by the way, because it's coming from a reserve, is realizing those savings in year to make up for, I think, all of that. And I can't emphasize enough how badly the province has executed this program. They've been preparing for it for a long time, and it has been just a complete disaster. So again, businesses weren't expecting that either. There wasn't communication from the province directly about this to businesses when it first happened. There wasn't communication from the province and circular materials about exactly how the days of collection would shift and when they would shift. We saw in the beginning of January the province sending circular materials all around the place, trying to fix all the mistakes that they were making. None of those are our fault, but I do think when we look at the situation here and how to play it out for businesses, we can understand why people are anxious. This gives them time to actually budget and plan to prepare for these costs in January 2027. And from what I've heard from business, they get it. The province changed the rules, they're responsible for the costs, but they'd like some time to prepare. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions or comments noted on my blotter. Oh, yes, Mayor Horvath, please.
Just really briefly, just to be clear, the initial kind of plan was to have the transition completed by the end of April. By April 1st, rather. Is that correct? April 1st? And so in fact, businesses did know that this was happening and that the transition was supposed to be complete by the beginning of April, just for clarity. It's not like suddenly everybody had to make the change right away. Is that the case?
Through the chair, that is through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
In the report last year, we are using a waste reserve, what's left in it, to fund the first quarter.
Yeah, thank you.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Please vote electronically. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. Thank you. That carries 14-1. On to motion 9.3, adjustment to the Hamilton Public Library Board of Directors budget. Councillor Cretch, please introduce your motion and identify your seconder.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by fellow Hamilton Public Library Board member, Councillor Ted McMeekin. I'm not going to take up a lot of time redoing the frankly beautiful and lovely presentation that we received from the library when they were here to talk to us about the work they do, but I will say a couple of things. In my experience, looking at the library's budget over the last 20 years, they've been extremely fiscally responsible. They have made sure that when they were looking at staffing and efficiencies to address technology in the library, they did that in, I don't think, in any more responsible way than anybody else could ever have done. They not only have managed the number of staff they've had there to respond to those efficiencies, they've reduced the number of staff to complement the fact that there's technology. That's not something you can say for every single library. We do comparative work at the library board and we talk about these kinds of things and we stand out as doing a good job there. Library has not come forward routinely asking for increases above marks that we've set for them or above marks of inflation. They've come often at that mark or slightly below that mark. In the last couple of years, there have been some major pressures on the library. And the library is being asked to do things the library hasn't done before. Library is doing what I think libraries do. They act as a third place for people. They act as a place for people to come, a place for people to read, to learn, to take a break. If you've been to our library downtown, for instance, which is experiencing quite a few challenges, it's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful, beautiful space. People can go and sit and contemplate and get a break from what's happening to them. And it's a place sometimes where people who have nothing else turn to. And libraries being asked to pick up the slack in that way. And they can't afford to do that on their own. And so as we continue to manage these issues that are happening downtown, I know there's other branches of the library that are also experiencing these kinds of challenges and pressures. We're not seeing, unfortunately, the provincial government stepping up to address this for libraries across the province, which they should be doing, I think, in recognition of the fact that they made the choice to remove services to help people with their mental health. They made the decision to remove housing support services for people. And this has been growing as a building problem for 60 years, but most acutely in the last 30. And libraries are at the point where they're saying, we can't sustain providing all the services we need to at this budget marker. They are predicting they're going to be able to stabilize their budgets in future years, but there's been a spike in need in the last couple. And they want to make sure that they can continue to provide the excellent services they do to everyone across the city. All of us benefit, every Hamiltonian benefits from library services directly. I'll leave it at that, but I think this is a $373,000 ask. I think it represents a very small portion of our budget overall, and you can see that here for yourself, exactly how much it represents. So if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to answer it, but I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just underscoring that this is a time for questions. If you have comments, please advise, and we'll bump you down. Councillor Jackson.
I'm only comments, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. One question for GM Zagaric, and then if you can, I'll put myself on for a second time for comments. I was under the impression that the Hamilton Public Library Board appeared before the Budget Committee and indicated their budget request was 4.25% in line with what the mayor's request was.
Jim Zagarek.
Through the chair, I apologize. I know that the presentation identified mitigation measures to align with the 4.25%. I apologize. I don't recall how that was presented, as in the board proposing a 4.25 or identifying measures that could be taken to arrive at a 4.25.
Well, my recollection is they came in at a 4.25. And I'm proud that the library board made the decisions that was necessary to meet with the mayor's request. It's not easy. There are many organizations that did that, and there are others who did not, like the Hamilton Police Board. But my recollection, similar to the conservation authorities, they all came in under 4.25. So that was the question, and I'll put myself on for a quick comment later. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll look for further clarity from our board representatives. My recollection was they were going to meet as a board in this month to try and do that reconciliation. But Mayor Horvath.
Thanks. Just a question about library. Does library have reserves?
GM Zagarek.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes. They have reserves that are used for a variety of purposes for infrastructure, but as well to offset some operating pressures.
Thanks. And I just wanted to ask, maybe I'll make a comment. My understanding was, though, that conversation was in fact live around the utilization of reserves for the library through staff conversations. And can I just get a clarification, if it's not putting anybody on the spot, whether that's in fact the case?
Through the chair, staff, Hamilton Public Library staff identified that there were a series of mitigation options, and I believe that it was going back to the board in February.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Councillor McMeekin.
Minor comments.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. Well, back-to-back motions, the dice have rolled up wards 2 and 6. You know there's got to be something good that's going to happen then. That's just my editorial. Anyways, Budget Chair Wilson, I know what my priorities are on behalf of my community. I've had the honor and privilege of serving for 30-plus years. And libraries, and the Sherwood Library is one of the top circulations in our library system, I think number 5 or 6. The recent $700,000 renovations and upgrades were much appreciated. But overall, since amalgamation, and I can tell you during the time of amalgamation, when it was extremely painful and much resistance from the suburban communities joining the city of Hamilton overall, I have said for 25 years, the one great success story was Hamilton Public Library Services. It seemed that that was the bridge that helped to bring people together across the various disparities geographically of our community. And they came in, I'll say almost, except for 2 or 3 years, with this year being one of them, at either the council directive and or the rate of inflation, except for maybe 2 or 3 years out of 25 years. That's an outstanding record, with staffing levels around 320 being retained and not being bloated to much greater proportions, costing taxpayers extra increases. So I want to say that it's important that our Hamilton Public Library Service, as a public service, continues to be thriving and getting into its tentacles, getting into every part of our community where maybe new libraries are going to be built or renovated. It's a worthy investment of my community's taxpayer dollars. And I thank the Hamilton Public Library, the chair and Chief Librarian Paul Takala, 2 new bookmobiles will be advanced and will be in circulation to serve seniors primarily across our city on top of the 2 existing bookmobiles, so that's doubling it to 4. And maybe this extra money may help with the unfortunate, unsavory situations currently at Central Library. I'm saddened by it. I wrote down, and I'll always reference what the chair said, that they're a community service, not a social service. And maybe if some of this additional money, if approved, can help to resolve what's going on at Central Library so that families and children feel safe again without any difficulty, then this will have been worthy of my support. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. I certainly support the motion. I just want to say publicly, in my almost 30 years of public service, I've sat on a lot of boards, worked with a lot of charities, owned and operated the original Chapters bookstore, so I confess I may have a transitory conflict of some sort, but I've never worked with the board. And by the way, thanks, Councillor Francis, for stepping down and letting me serve. I really appreciate that. I've never served with a board as dedicated, particularly to kids and to making moves, reconciliation with our Indigenous partners, and struggling with unforeseen and not directly related challenges that have very little to do with libraries, but nonetheless are there on the front lines doing mental health and what have you. They struggled, we struggled together. There were tears around the boardroom as we talked about this, around the challenges being faced. And I cannot think of anything, and I include everything out there, that is more important to the life and work of this community, where more than 1/3 of our citizens are members of the Hamilton Public Library, with the challenges they're facing, to at least in the short term, to stand in solidarity with them and to support this motion. I'm particularly concerned, as you know, and I won't go on and on and on about kids, but I got to tell you, to have to react by moving the kids section with some of the challenges, just to make sure that families continue to come, was a tough decision and an expensive decision to make. So I support this wholeheartedly, and would urge my colleagues, please, to not walk away from this one. This one's important. Thanks.
Councillor Cretch.
Really briefly, just want to say that part of the mitigation of the expenses to the library came from area rating funds that I contributed last year to help specifically with ensuring the children's section got some new infrastructure to upgrade and update it so it can be used. Because right now, the way it's set up, it doesn't really work for the way the library functions anymore. And so that's part of the costs that are not being passed on, because we made that investment as a council from area rating funds. And so far the children's section hasn't had to move, but definitely it's been impacted. Paul Tackler talked about that. I think an important thing to say here is that the library had a discussion about this, and that discussion happened in public. There's a recording, if anyone wants to watch it, about what the decision was here. And we talked about reserves, different kinds of mitigations, what we might need reserves for, different kinds of contingencies when we're going into a new library branch out in the waterfront. There's all kinds of things that we need to make sure we have our reserves intact for. And when the library finance folks came forward and talked about what made sense, they put 5.25 on the table. The board was aware of the mayor's directive of 4.25 at that moment in time. We discussed the pros and cons of the situation. We discussed what the board wanted to approve, and the board chose to approve 5.25 in recognition that this is what the library needs right now, and that we didn't want to rate our reserves. So that's a decision the library board made. I just want to make that really clear. If this council says nope, and the library board is forced to go back and look at something, Paul said that they would do that. But that's not what the board put forward. And frankly, the timing of this whole thing has caused some of these problems. That's not the library's fault. The library has had its regularly scheduled meetings for some time. Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I want to say first and foremost that I think everybody around this table understands the value of the libraries, and what they bring to our community, why they're so important, how they create spaces for community to take place, how they have become a partner in the solving of some of the challenges that continue to face our city and some of our most vulnerable folks, and how that puts pressure on the libraries, absolutely. I would also say, though, that there is, from my perspective, a desire and a commitment and willingness to go to reserves when we're in a time of fiscal pressure at the city, and that if there were some kind of challenge that came up, that somehow the reserves didn't exist for the library to undertake something that they wanted to undertake, then I suspect that certainly this body would be there for the libraries in our community. I think that goes without saying. But what I would say, though, is that what the people of the City of Hamilton have said is that we have to make some tough choices in this budget in terms of affordability. Now, I know that's parsing, it's only this much money, it's only that much money. But at the end of the day, if the library has ways to get to that directive, then the respectful thing to do is to try to do that. And I understand the independence of the board, and I respect it. But what I would say is that the opportunity exists for the board and for the library, and it was my understanding that that was happening to mitigate the pressures through utilization of reserves. And so that's not a principle that's foreign around this table. That's something we're doing quite a bit. And so although I do very much support the library, always will, always have, I think this is more about whether or not the library has an opportunity to meet the mayor's directive, which I don't think is unreasonable, and I don't think that's an inappropriate ask. And so I'm not going to support this motion only because I think that it was an issue of principle and of having the library do the same kind of deep digging, if you will, that councillors are doing today, that staff have been doing since the last budget was finished a year ago, and that has continued through a process which has been fraught for sure. But we have more work on the table, and I look forward to that. I won't be supporting this, not because I don't support libraries, but because I don't think that it's appropriate to not come forward with the mitigations that we know are there in line with what other departments, divisions, and of course, councillors as well are bringing forward. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just some quick comments. I don't think anyone around this table does not appreciate the services of the library board and the services of all their employees and all their volunteers. The Valley Park Library in my ward is more popular than ever. It is unbelievable the number of people that are going into that library. That being said, the mayor's mandate was 4.25, notwithstanding the fact that I thought it could have been lower. And we've had those discussions, but she stuck with her 4.25, and I respect her for sticking to that number. Every single department in the city of Hamilton came in well beneath the 4.25, significantly. Some of them hitting 2.2% increase. Boards and agencies seems to be where the challenge is. Now, I'm chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. I can tell you that we went through our budget with a fine-tooth comb. The staff looked at everything. They came in at a 3.3% increase. First, it's well beneath the 4.25%. But they most certainly could have added another percent to that and found the need and the way to spend it. They chose not to do that. They chose to follow that commitment, and every conservation authority that is a part of this member municipality came in well beneath 4.25%. Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, well beneath 4.25%. I serve on that one. Councillor Tattison serves on that one. So I find it frustrating. First, I need to apologize because my earlier comments, I had the numbers mixed. They did come in with a request of 5.25, and that's what Councillor Kretsch has said. But they also said at the table, they could get to 4.25, but they'd have to massage the budget to get there. That's what they said. They did not say 4.25 was impossible. They didn't say that. So I can't support this motion. I appreciate most certainly where it's coming from. I don't dispute that at all. But if this council, and it's not just this council, it's past years, going back decades, they'd set the number and then they would increase it. And so we always found ourselves with increasing numbers from different agencies or different departments. And it was always frustrating for me that one department would come in with the council mandate, another one would come in with reasons why they can't hit the mandate. Why would we treat the two departments the different? But that's what was done. I don't think we should be doing that anymore, and I don't think we should be doing that with our boards and agencies. So I can't support the motion. It's coming from the right place. I understand that, but our taxpayers are truly struggling. And so we need to stick to the mandate that the mayor set, at the very least. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Similar to comments around the table, I greatly appreciate our libraries and what they bring. When we look at the fact that we've had over 20% budget increases in our library, nobody can call these austerity budgets. Nobody can say we're shaving the library short. As a matter of fact, during my time at McMaster University, Chief Strategy Officer, we had provincial cuts. We had to rethink the way we did libraries, and we end up with a better outcome. Sometimes these moments allow you to be innovative and creative and do things differently. So I cannot support this increase. I think the fact that we've had over 20% in budget increases with the library over this term of council has been sufficient to address the needs of the library, and so I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I guess we're at the part where we start the hard work, and this is a hard decision to make. And I'll echo the comments made by my colleagues that nobody questions the value of the library system within the City of Hamilton. They do fantastic work at every community and every part of our city, mine included. I'm very, very fortunate for the work that they do in Ward 10. There was a comment made, and I think it was the mayor, about if we were called upon as a city to support the library in some big way, we would. And I would call attention to the fact that we already are. And there's line items, if you go through the capital detail sheets, for life cycle renewal and program facility upgrades to Hamilton Public Libraries. And they already, in this budget, if you dig deep, you will find $1.3 million already embedded that support the library through Public Works, outside of the library board's budget. So we're already doing that. And I think that does speak to commitment. When we're not, that wasn't the direction I was going to go. Sorry, Chair. When we're sitting around this table and we're discussing what to include, what to increase, what to decrease, things that have an impact, we just had a debate on small business, for example. I think that's a worthy conversation to have. We're not talking about a decrease of service level at the library. We're talking about kind of maintaining as tight as possible. But I want to call attention and flagging this because these are the two parallels that are running in my brain right now. If you go to the 10-year capital plan not the capital plan, but the 10-year strategic plan for the paramedic service. The direction that we're choosing on the paramedic service right now is actually a decrease in service. If you look at the way that the service calls are increasing, but we are delineating from the 10 FTEs that we were supposed to hire, we've reduced that in half. We're heading in two different directions on that particular issue. So I really struggle, if we're going to make an investment, I'd rather be making it in some core essential services. And in fact, I may come forward before the 13th with a proposal for council to restore our adherence to the 10-year plan on paramedics, because I think that's essential. I think that the increase in the proposal that's being brought here is nice. It's wonderful, it's worthy, but given the two, I'm going to pull back to some core essential services for increased investment. So that's my thoughts on that.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. When I listened to HPL's presentation during their budget presentation to committee a couple weeks ago or last week, I can't remember, the number that really stood out to me was the $1.7 million impact related to security and safety and providing the additional supports in order to remain an organization whose doors could remain open to everyone. And that I recall over the last 2 terms, HPL having a consistent practice of bringing in budget requests to this council well below every other board and well below our own existing divisions. Year upon year upon year. I don't have the same legacy of serving in 10 years, Councillor Jackson, but I believe that I can say with confidence that it's been decades of a consistent practice on the part of the libraries. And they absorb those overages in order to maintain integrity and outcome to their mission and service and value. They innovate and they provide exceptional excellence when it comes to public service and do so with deep fiscal responsibility and an unparalleled commitment of empathy and compassion. I've had the privilege of serving only 2 years on the Public Library Board, and there I saw the level of innovation that this group of library workers and leadership bring to Hamilton. Like, award-winning. Like, back to earlier comments, this is a service we should be so deeply proud of and does not get the kind of attention and accolades that it deserves. In fact, I would say librarians and library workers and leadership overall don't get the love and respect that they deserve. HPL also has a very small reserve compared to many of the other boards, a very small reserve that they manage responsibly in order to expand to where the needs are and have taken on a capital expansion program that is also innovative, working to take over a branch or taking over underused facilities, doing so in a very climate responsible and fiscally responsible way, which is to renovate existing buildings and transform underused spaces into community hubs for literacy, learning, discovery, which, as I would argue, core to the vitality of our communities, core to the vitality of our city. I don't even know what the percentage equivalent is to our tax levy impact in terms of the motion that both Councillor Kretsch and Councillor McMeekin have brought forward, but I'm proud to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to say that in my lifetime, multiple decades, the Hamilton Public Library coming under, if it hadn't done that, if it had come in at, say, the 2%, the 3%, the 4% every year, put that extra money in reserves, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The money would have been baked into the operating budget. So my question is, as we think long-term about the future of the library, the future of all of our boards and agencies, is this not one of the consequences of not being able to take some nuance and only applying a strict percentage? Not saying a strict percentage can't be a guidepost, but when we don't allow for the nuance of saying, hey, you've come in under for 2 decades. Hey, you're experiencing security costs this year, not a rampant plan to increase services, not opening 10 new branches, not hiring a dog for every librarian. You're going to meet a security need, something that is very tied to a temporal concern. I'm really confused why we're taking this logic of, well, everyone else was able to do it. Everyone else had a different year, had different challenges, is a different organization. Not saying that other folks haven't had to make tough decisions, other folks haven't had to think about what that means in the context of their organization, how to meet this mandate. But the library has met this mandate before it walked into the budget process through its previous work, through that previous piece. I'm not saying they're owed now funds, they're owed all this, but I guess my question is if we can't have a relationship with them that has that context of past budgets in mind, that has their strategic plan in mind, that has the real challenge that they're facing in mind, then how can we ensure that we're delivering the highest quality services? How can we ensure that we're building the future city that Hamiltonians want to rely on when we're making these decisions based on, well, other folks were able to do it?
Councillor Critch.
Thanks very much. Just like to call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. We have exhausted first-time speakers and second. We have an electronic vote with the motion. Did you vote? No, on the motion.
Where's the motion?
Yeah. Councillor Mayor Horvath, did you have a question?
Yes, I misvoted, so can you just change my vote to, I voted in the positive, I meant to vote in the negative. So can we just adjust that, please? Thank you.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Thank you. That carries 9-7. Thank you. We are on to motion 9.4, adjustment to the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors budget. Councillor Cretch, please introduce your motion.
Thank you very much. This motion is pretty straightforward. I'll speak a little differently to this since I've seen the kinds of questions people are asking, and I do have the information available to provide it, so I will. This is a request for the Hamilton Farmers Market to have an additional $25,000. And I will say that it's in line with some of the reasons the library provided with respect to security. What we do and what we've done, which I think is a very responsible thing to do, is we've decided to ask the library to help with security programming for the farmers market. So they've obviously got a robust security program at the library. The farmers market, for those who don't know, hasn't had to contemplate having a robust security program before. So what we've done is we partner with the library in terms of trying to get comparable costs, right? They've got a provider, we're getting a provider through the library. Those costs, they just weren't in time. The costs weren't in time for the Hamilton Farmers Market to put it in their budget. So that's the only reason why this is here. And so we got those costs later than we'd like to. And so I'm bringing this here. I will say to you is that I think playing the percentages game is a dangerous game. The percentage cost increase for the police service is not the same as the percentage cost increase for the Hamilton Farmers Market. And comparing percentages in that is actually misleading. This would take up a huge chunk of our reserves. We only have about $130,000 in reserves. We need those reserves for the plan some flexibility in year for the plan that this very council has supported with regards to the market's vision. This would have a no net levy impact because it's a rounding error. It's so low of an amount. So it would go from 4.249% to 4.251%. So still keeping at 4.25% overall average residential net levy impact. Saying all that because I'm just listening to the questions people are asking about this. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a reasonable thing to do to provide some security services. Again, the farmers market is a place where we have open washrooms to the public, open access to the public, cut through Jackson Square, and we're trying to make it as accessible to as many people as possible. Our traffic counts have been going up. The things we've been doing at the library with regards to hiring more staff for programming and for marketing have been helping, but those have been cost pressures. But they've changed the way the farmers market has been since COVID. We now have an excellent program that's running out of the York Boulevard space. We have all kinds of amazing things happening at the market, and things are going in a really positive direction. But we do need some support with respect to paying for security, which I hope everybody understands why that is. That's why this is here. And we don't want to have to dip into the libraries, the farmers market's very tiny reserves. And again, this is not going to have any kind of impact to taxpayers. If you want to know how many cents it is, it's less than a cent per taxpayer, is my understanding. I can't even get the fractional number. Thank you.
Councillor, did you identify your seconder? My apologies.
Sorry, it was on the motion. I should have said so. It was Councillor Huang.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I want to say that I was impressed with the farmers market's attempt to really come as close as they possibly could. I think they were very responsible in terms of their request. Understand completely the concern raised after the fact in terms of the security piece. I would say that I would agree that the farmers market is heading in a really great direction, and it's been some time coming. So I want to congratulate the folks involved currently in the turning around of the trajectory for the farmers market, and it certainly, I think, is a positive trajectory, and one that we really want to see continue in that direction. Again, from what I could see in terms of the initial ask, it was pretty close. It was pretty near in terms of the directive, and understandably, this last piece is something that that wasn't available, and so I want to say that I'm prepared to support this one. I think it makes a lot of sense, and looking forward to continuing to support the farmers market's efforts as an organized move.
Councillor Jackson, please.
I'm grudgingly going to support this budget, Chair Wilson, but you realize we've had back-to-back requests that have primarily been about security in front of two valued public assets on York Boulevard. I'm sorry to say this, but the majority of this council's decisions and policies of this term, legalizing houseless and homeless people in public spaces, in tents, in neighborhoods, look at the result of what's happened here. Two beautiful public entities that families have difficulty entering, or customers, because they're afraid. We need extra security. I can't remember the time and days when we had to do this for the Central Library and now the farmers market. Very, very unfortunate, and I hope council reflects on that. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. There are no further people, councillors, asking to speak to this matter. It's been duly moved and seconded. Thank you. That carries 15-1. We're on to motion 9.5, deferral of bike facilities crossing Red Hill Valley Parkway project. Councillor Francis, please introduce your motion and identify your seconder.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, and this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Now, deferral of Bike Facilities Crossing Red Hill Valley Parkway Project, whereas the General Issues Committee on September 11, 2025 received report FCS 25036, 2026 Budget and Financing Plan Outlook, whereas members of council may propose amendments to the proposed 2026 tax supported budget, whereas the implementation of bike lanes on King Street between Pottruff and Glengarry approximately across the Red Hill Valley Parkway was initially identified in the 2018 Cycling Master Plan to address an existing gap in the network, whereas a feasibility study and functional design has been prepared for this project, and based on current implementation plans, the project is scheduled for delivery in 2027, whereas part of the 2025 tax capital budget, $706,580 was forecasted for 2026 to support implementation. I'm not going to read out this ID, but Bike Facilities Crossing. Whereas given the project has not advanced to the tender stage and there are no contractual impacts deferring the project implementation, therefore be it resolved, A, that the proposed 2026 tax budget be amended as follows, that the 2026 capital levy be reduced by $706,580 to reflect the deferral of project ID 466242040 Bike Facilities Crossing Red Hill Valley Parkway to the 2027 budget process. And if I may start by speaking to this, Chair, I want to thank staff for this motion and willingly working with me on this. There does seem to be some confusion around this motion, and I hope my comments can bring some clarity to the anxiety that's out there. I've worked with staff offline on this motion, had numerous conversations, and it made a lot of sense to proceed in this manner. So this motion does not cancel a bike lane project. It is simply deferring $707,000 from the 2026 budget. So that work happens at the right time and as part of the correct construction project, and what's before us is really an issue of timing coordination. So we have a very badly needed resurfacing project I've been waiting on for years, which is on King Street, and it runs from Centennial to Pottruff. Next year's funding forecast, that road resurfacing continues from Pottruff to Kenilworth, and that protected bike lane segment in question in this motion falls within that 2027 project location. So if we proceed this year, we'd be building a protected bike lane on a stretch of road that is already slated to be torn up again next year. So that's duplicative construction, unnecessary disruption for residents, and frankly, it's not good asset management. So this is exactly the type of thing that would frustrate our residents. And importantly, the design work doesn't stop either. Staff have WIP funding available, so the design work can continue and be fully integrated into the 2027 resurfacing project without disruption. And this also comes at a time where staff are still working through the implications of Bill 60, which has created real challenges around approvals, timelines, delivery risk, and was enacted actually after staff already submitted their 2026 budget items. So aligning this work with the 2027 resurfacing project, it reduces that risk, gives staff the clarity they need to deliver it properly. And I've received a lot of correspondence suggesting this motion is about opposing cycling infrastructure. It's not. And I know this, maybe I shouldn't say this, it might ruin my reputation as being the big bad guy against cycling, but I do cycle myself, and Councillor Beattie can attest to that. So, and I understand the challenges and realities of cyclists. So again, this is not a cancellation. It's an administrative cleanup that avoids duplication and saves $707,000 in this year's budget. So this is about getting, building the right infrastructure at the right time, the right way. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I'm thankful to Councillor Francis for bringing this up, and I am actually supportive of this motion. Some of that work is going to be happening in Ward 4, but when I reached out to staff and asked a little bit of clarity on this, I was also given that information. The timing doesn't make sense here. And as most or all of you know, I am an active advocate for cycling. I believe in putting in this infrastructure, but I also believe in making fiscally prudent and responsible decisions. I think that when we hear about how there is significant road resurfacing happening from Centennial to Pottruff this year, I know in my ward we're doing Pottruff to Kenilworth next year. And I also know that we are also putting in multi-use pathways. all around Lawrence Road, in and around that area. That stretch between Pottruff and essentially Lawrence across the Red Hill Valley is a super complex area. It has on-ramps, it has off-ramps, it has pedestrian crossings, it has signalized. It is also essentially a 5-lane highway in the middle, right over the Red Hill Valley. And I think that in order for us to do that correctly and do it properly, I think that the timing makes a lot of sense here to actually defer this by 1 year. So I'm highly supportive of Councillor Francis's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Budget Chair, and thank you to Councillor Francis and Wang for the context. That's helpful. I have a question, I guess, maybe to Director Hollingworth, is why would this be in the budget for 2026, given the fact of the context provided? And the council did direct staff to coordinate amongst functions so that we didn't redo projects, because I agree, we don't want to do something and then pull it out a year or two later. We want to do it in a coordinated fashion. So then why would it be on the 2026 budget in the first place, through you?
Through the chair to Councillor, Acting Director of Engineering Services, Brian Hollingworth. That's a good question, Councillor. We do try and align projects as best as possible so that we hit the right budget year with the timing of construction. In this case, we might not have got it perfect. Historically, the bike lane project, which by the way is on one side of the road, the south side of the road, and involves some signal work to help people get safely across and over to between Pottruff and Lawrence. It was historically a separate project. I think things as have been articulated by the two councillors can come into alignment with the resurfacing project, and it should all dovetail nicely.
Okay, thank you, Director Hollingworth. So if there was budgeted funding for a active transportation project, which doesn't make sense, and it makes sense to then change the timing, are there other projects that should and could be advanced that staff would recommend in 2026 with the financial and human resources that are highlighted in this motion? Through you, Chair, to Director Hollingworth.
Through the chair, we do have quite a number of active transportation projects on the slate for implementation in 2026. There may be other projects, but we're getting fairly late in the game to start adding on more projects for delivery in 2026.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a bit of a process improvement there for understanding the workload, what can be done ahead of time so that adjustments can be made. So I accept that. On the project detail sheet for the road rehabilitation project, I see the funding in for next year. And in I think it was $250,000 in design work or preparation work in 2026. So is something similar needed for this part of the project for the bike cycling infrastructure? Is there part of this funding of the $700,000 that staff would need to remain in there in order to ensure it comes forward? I heard Councillor Francis say there was WIP available. Just want to be crystal clear on, is that WIP available to keep this project moving so it is ready to hit the ground, or is it appropriate that some portion of the $700,000 should stay there in order to allow staff to continue the work? Through you, Chair.
Seeking clarity, is there resources needed for the detailed design?
Yeah, I guess it would be the detailed design that would need to be done this year. I understand, if I understand it correctly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Director Hollingworth.
Through the chair to the councillor, on the detail sheet for the bike lanes crossing the Red Hill Valley Parkway project, there is $100,000 that was allocated for design consulting, and we did not include that in the reduction deferral, so that allows us to keep proceeding with the design, and that was pre-approved as part of previous budget years.
Okay, so if this motion carries, what I'm hearing from staff and just looking for confirmation that the project would line up with the larger road rehabilitation project. There is enough funding and resources in order to continue preparation in 2026 in order to execute both of those in 2027. Through you, Chair, do I have that right? Have I heard that correctly?
Can you confirm or not, Director Hollingworth?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, Chair, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Budget Chair Wilson. I want to start by saying it was great to hear the confession of Councillor Francis that he's an avid cyclist and is not the big bad opposer of bike lanes. It was a great confession to hear around the table, but in all seriousness, though, I want to thank Councillor Francis for doing the work to kind of dig into something in his ward, particularly to get a better understanding of whether there were some opportunities, and that's a part of this process. And I think it's showing to be really quite beneficial to the broader, effort in terms of the pressures that people in this municipality face when it comes to the tax levy. I too obviously followed up with staff and was provided the same assurances, and I'll be definitely supporting this because I do know that the work did go in, and my team also worked hard to kind of, make sure that we weren't going to put ourselves in a situation, which is a concern I constantly have. And I heard it as well when we were kind of having discussions with community and getting feedback, and that is the state of our infrastructure. And if we start pulling things out that we are not aware of what the impact will be, we'll continue to be in forever a state of significant infrastructure deficit, which is also very frustrating for the people of the city who, watch Hamilton kind of constantly, consistently, annually for many years be named the kind of very top of the list when it comes to the worst roads in Ontario by this, the CAA. It's nothing to be proud of. And the way you address that kind of situation is by continuing to be committed to the upgrade and renewal and implementation of new infrastructure. So that was one of my worries. Staff assured me that that wasn't the case in this situation. The councillor did his homework and a confession to boot. So I do want to say I'm supportive of this, but I will continue to be very, very judicious when it comes to looking at the bigger picture when it comes to our infrastructure obligations, because what we don't do now, and I know it's difficult in terms of costs, what we don't do now, we push on to the next generation. And we know the next generation's already facing some headwinds from the current generation and the previous one. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
There's no further speakers, so the motion has been duly moved and seconded. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Critch, you're able to vote. That carries 16-0. Thank you, councillors. We're on to 9.6, grass cutting mitigation measures. Councillor Jackson, please introduce your motion.
Budget Chair Wilson, I will. Moved by myself, seconded by the hard-working Ward 9 Councillor Bradley Clark. Grass cutting mitigation measures. Whereas Appendix H to the report numbered there included a mitigation measure related to grass cutting urban right-of-way, representing a levy reduction of $105,000. And whereas under Appendix H to the same report number included a mitigation measure related to grass cutting on city-owned and non-city-owned lands representing a key reduction of $250,000, therefore be resolved A, that the proposed 2026 tax budget be amended as follows. Roman numeral 1, that the proposed 2026 tax budget be amended to add the additional $105,000 from the levy to reinstate the urban right-of-way maintenance. Roman numeral 2, that staff be directed to document occurrences in the 26th season when scheduled grass cutting in the urban right-of-way was not technically required as a result of slow growth or dormancy, to support analysis of potential budget mitigation opportunities for the 27 budget year. Roman numeral 3, that the proposed 26 tax budget be amended to add an additional $250,000 for grass cutting on city-owned and non-city-owned lands. And lastly, Roman numeral 4, that staff be directed to review opportunities for ecological restoration in areas currently mowed, with each ward councillor to be brought forward for potential savings in the 27 budget year. If I might quickly speak to it, please. Budget Chair Wilson, thank you. So Budget Chair Wilson, I had the opportunity from over a week ago when this first was dropped upon us, and I think caught many of us off guard. And I understand staff in the last few weeks have been extremely busy putting together packages with the mayor's new directive, primarily of affordability and efficiencies. And so they were scrambling to a large degree to bring forward some form of measures that might meet her directive. And I met with Director Graham. I met with Acting Director Mike Field, and I'll say amongst our 15 wards, there's probably about 60 to 70 locations, about 4 to 5 each ward. I looked over all the maps with Director Graham, and I would say upon consultation with each of my colleagues, with staff, there may be opportunities where you would say to staff, you know what, that area over there is so naturalized, this last little quarter acre piece, it makes sense to combine it with it and blend it in with it. But I can tell you, looking at the 4 or 5 that were in my Ward 6, one of them, if this program originally was allowed to go ahead with the budget reduction, one park would have had a naturalization, possible tree planting that would have impacted a nice little toboggan hill that hundreds of children use in one of my neighborhoods. And I think again, all respectfully to staff, again, given the rushed nature to a large degree of the process, that the unfortunate omission of communication to each of us, I think, again, caught a lot of us, Budget Chair Wilson, off guard. And this motion, again, in our $2.9 billion corporation, this is the type of thing that just drives my community, my everyday taxpayers nuts. You're going to cut back on grass cutting in open areas, in parks that are used by families. Right-of-ways, boulevards are suddenly going to have grass growing taller, weeds in between it. People will reach out to me angry and saying, Tom, in that $2.9 billion corporation, you're going to cut 250 grand and 105 grand, and you're going to lead to an unkept, unclean city. It just drives at least my taxpayers crazy, and the optics of this is terrible. I want a clean city. I want a well-maintained city. I don't want our city ever to become like some American cities have become. So, Budget Chair Wilson, more than anything else, this will give my colleagues a chance to meet with staff and listen, with all the ones that are itemized and listed in your ward, if you can immediately with staff over the next few months, offer up those locations that will lead to a budget reduction in 27, whoever's here, all the better. But this gives more time for consultation and with your community groups as well that use the neighborhood parks. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm going to speak to the motion, but in speaking to it, I'm going to request that someone else potentially defer this to a later budget meeting within this cycle. I'd like to support this motion and want to do some staff with work to get there. And so I'm just flagging that. I won't be moving the deferral because I've spoken to it. I'm hoping we could address this at our next budget meeting. I think it's a strong motion. For number 1 and 2, which is respect to the right-of-way clearing, I think I'm supportive of where staff are trying to go, but I'm hearing from colleagues, listen, I'd prefer a review of 2026 to see where we could have done it, to make sure that the assumptions are proven out, do that exercise. I'd feel more comfortable moving forward in 2027. Hear that? Okay, I think we're still moving forward. I have no concerns with 1 or 2. I think that makes sense. It's number 3 and 4 where I just want to maybe have an opportunity to work with the mover seconder, but also with staff. Councillor Jackson referred to the 65 proposed areas, a little bit more than the traditional 3 or 4 average. 8 are in Ward 13, about 10% of them. And I'd say 6 of those are just no-brainers that make sense. 2 of them could make a ton of sense with a little bit of conversation about how that's going to be managed. Maybe those get put off to the 2027 mark. So in the spirit of being able to maybe take 5 or 6 of those 65 and see if there is an opportunity for 2026, there may be other folks in the area who have, frankly, these areas are woodlands and then a green space. And then what we're proposing is oftentimes a little bit of a buffer of naturalization. That's great for the green space. It's not taking away major rec area. It's helping kind of keep these areas separate, keeping litter out. Like, it does make sense in Ward 13. I appreciate that the proposals are not the same across the city and will have different outcomes. But just wanting to take advantage of some of the savings on the table. And as well, I think there's also some positive works to this naturalization in some of the parks, and it has really been asked for by some of the residents in Ward 13, at least, to do some of these things in some of the areas being proposed. And so don't want to delay those where there has been consultation, there has been interest, but don't want to subject other folks to going ahead of when they're ready or before the consultation's been done. So that's my kind of oar in the water on this one. Hoping to support it sometime next week with ideally some amendments to see to have a partial list going forward this year.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Staff had previously reported during the budget presentation that they were going to embark on seeking formal agreements where the city cuts grass on private property, and this motion references non-city land. So I just wanted to get clarity from staff about that impact. So criteria, I understand, has been set. Staff are embarking in a formal agreement process. There's an opportunity there for daylighting where we are providing city grass cutting services to non-city lands, but how would that be impacted if this motion moves forward?
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So any non-city lands that have current agreements are not included in the locations being proposed as this mitigation measure. The properties that are non-city lands, two of them in particular, the two largest areas, used to be programmed by the city, and that is why they were included in city mowing services. When those when that programming stopped in the past, the agreements also did not carry forward, and city staff stopped providing that service. The attempt here was to adjust the budget to reflect that we're no longer providing the service. So for the ones that are included in this list, there would not necessarily be a proposal going forward to enter into agreements unless those landowners came forward and said, we'd like you to start up again. That process is well enshrined in our procedures, and happy to take those contacts from those landowners if that's a desire of theirs.
Thank you. That answers the question. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I only have comments, so what would you like me to do?
If you could put yourself back on, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie, do you have questions?
Questions for me. Thank you, and through you, Chair. Hearing from Councillor a minute ago that there may be sites identified within this process, within this alternative cut, that there may be support within his community to proceed in that manner. Should we pass this today and be able to move forward with restoring the original cut program, as we've always done, there's nothing that would preclude, and I guess my question is there anything, but my assumption would be there's nothing that would preclude any member of council from bringing forward alternative options in terms of I'd like to do something different here or do something different there. That option is always available, I believe, to council. If I could just get some kind of a confirmation through a general manager or director.
Is the question clear, or do we need some work?
Through the chair, I'll make an attempt and you can tell me whether I got it. So if the question is, are there existing authorities within the park program to be able to move forward with projects that would see naturalization in locations on city property? The answer is yes, and we can move forward with those. The only consideration that may need to be taken in this case is because they were identified on a list and then there was a vote to not move forward with naturalization. I just don't know from a clerk standpoint whether there'd be a reconsideration piece. However, I within my program can identify projects, work with councillors, work with communities to do this type of activity on an ongoing basis.
Councillor?
Could I just maybe get an opinion from the clerk, just to make sure, I just want to, I'll put a fine point on it. I'll use the example in my ward. Dean Vista was identified as an area of naturalization. Should we proceed and just continue with business as usual? And I work with my community and decide that Dean Vista should be naturalized. I just want to make sure that I believe I still have the option to bring that forward through Public Works and proceed down that road, if I could just get confirmation.
Question on whether, in fact, you did that, would it constitute a reconsideration?
I suppose that's the
if this vote goes
question.
forward? Clerk Trenum?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, that would not be a reconsideration, in my opinion. This motion puts the money back in the budget, and the budget is then available to be used.
Doesn't change the programming.
Doesn't change the program.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarity. Thank you for the
Thank
question.
you. Crystal clear. Appreciate it.
Councillor Crutch, question? Yes, please proceed.
My question is somewhat similar, but a little bit more time sensitive. So I think what is happening here is that there's an option to perhaps add some things back in. So for instance, in Ward 2, there's only 2 items in here. One of them is literally for a space that is a garden. It's literally the Sunset Cultural Garden area. And while there may be a need to do minor trimming services there, it's a question I don't have the answer to in this moment. And so if I talk to the volunteers who I all know, and I speak with Director Graham between now and next Friday, could I bring a motion forward to say, okay, we don't need to do that one. Same with the space at Catherine and Wilson. The spaces in Ward 2 seem like, from a practical perspective, they would be fine. Either spaces in Ward 1 as well that are adjacent to Ward 2 along the waterfront trail that frankly, it would be a gift to be able to naturalize those areas actually. So can we bring that for next Friday if this passes to say, okay, we talked with staff, we want to do that? Is that acceptable?
Clerk Trenum.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, absolutely reasonable. I'd suggest it's probably better to bring at the council meeting for special council for 2 reasons. One, that's when these are officially, anything that happens today is officially voted on at the special council meeting. Second, it just gives staff to fully understand what the impact of adding or removing specific properties would have on the overall budget amount.
So that's okay. All right, and then I have a quick question for Director Graham. So I know someone else asked this question, but I didn't understand the answer, so I'm going to ask it again. Not to you, by the way, but there's one of the suggestions in Ward 2. One is the Sunset Cultural Garden, which is like really easy to understand. And the second is at Catherine and Wilson, I want to say. And there's a house there, my memory serves, and next to the house is where. Did we have consultations with folks that live right next to it? It's an area that doesn't have a lot of houses in it. There's commercial properties and there's a park across the way. Like it's a bit of a unique area, but I'm just wondering if that's what we do when we decided this, or was it more based on sort of strictly, as someone else has brought up before, desktop review? I'm asking simply because I want to be able to do that consultation just to find out. I don't want to wait till it happens and have someone complain and you know, I looked at it and I could have reached out and didn't. So I'm wondering if that's already happened.
Through the chair. So that is one of the locations that is not city property, and so has been, I suspect, included because it was assumed that it was part of a right-of-way. In our desktop review, as you mentioned, we identified that it wasn't city property. So our process is typically when we stop you know, or identify something that we need to stop doing, we would send a letter to that homeowner, the property owner, and let them know that we're going to be ceasing that service. So we have not done that yet. We will do that process to let them know.
Okay, so there could still be a cost savings from that, which isn't even city property in the first place. That's helpful to know. My last question for you is about a nuance here. So it's a very small nuance, but the idea might be, let's just say, I'll use the example in Ward 2. The Sunset Cultural Garden is obviously a naturalized area, the whole thing, but it doesn't go right to the edge of the sidewalk. It goes to like, you know, several feet away from the edge of the sidewalk. Let's just say that we naturalize the area, it's not working out, they require some lawn cutting services, and I'll be really frank with you. People who maintain this garden are people in their 80s who are traveling from a few blocks north, and with the support of an adjacent neighbor with the water supply. And I know we're doing some water supply stuff this year as well to help them with the water supply, but it's not a group that can manage a ride-on mower with any ease or any access. So is there a way to get those services provided if they should be needed, should we decide to do something? Like, how does that work in terms of a nuance? Is a motion required to Public Works, or is it something that we can do through block funding or through area rating funding? I'm just curious to understand that.
Through the chair, if I could just ask for a bit of clarity, if the suggestion is, if in consultation with the volunteers at the Sunset Cultural Garden, that they still require assistance with grass cutting, how can we accommodate that? No.
No, I'm saying if I say, okay, great, we talked to some of them, they say, it seems fine, we don't need to have grass cutting here, we can manage it. Suddenly, it's July 15th, they can't manage it, it turns out it's been difficult for them to do. How do we add it back in year?
Through the chair, if it's a space that we do not have funding identified for that, then I suspect we would need a motion and a funding source to restore that service, and then define what the timelines of that restored service might be.
Thanks. I just wanted to understand the consequences of anything I might do in terms of bringing information forward in the future. So this has really been helpful. I'm mindful that volunteers aren't professionals. They might say, hey, seems fine, and later on say, whoops, we were wrong. So I just wanted to understand that contingency. Thanks for your answers.
Councillor Clark,
Comments not correct.
are there any further questions required? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Here's my thoughts and the reason I seconded Councillor Jackson's motion. Naturalization is a reasonable approach within areas that are close to woodlots, conservation properties. But it is not appropriate on property directly abutting private property. It increases vermin, rats, and skunks. If this were to proceed, there has to be a cut buffer between the naturalized area and the residents. If we wish to proceed on this grass cutting reduction, then we should be consulting all private property owners whose property abuts the area that would be naturalized. I can tell you, Chair, that I have an ongoing issue with the naturalization of city-owned property being stormwater management ponds that are abutting backyards. We all agree that the naturalization of these stormwater management ponds, because the ponds is supposed to be naturalized, makes sense. But when we can't get staff to cut a buffer between private property and these stormwater management ponds, quite frankly, it looks like crap in your backyard. And they experience a significant increase in the population of rats. I didn't know that until I was a councillor. You can actually see the trails through the naturalized area of where the rats are running. In this case, naturalization is not appropriate between the two schools of St. Paul's Elementary and Billy Green Elementary, which is abutting a property with an approved site plan for 1065 Paramount. When you do a desktop review, it looks like that property has been naturalized. It is not. It's going to be a large apartment complex with stacked townhouses. So then the proposal is really naturalizing the land between St. Paul and Billy Green and behind this new building. This is an area that, while the superintendent may feel it's easy to do, the fact of the matter is it's property that is well used by the community and both schools. If I may speak to reducing the grass cutting services along municipal right-of-ways, I draw attention to Paramount Drive and Mud Street. These are two areas where we have spent a significant amount of time beautifying these areas. If we are going to reduce the grass cutting on these large boulevards, I can tell you residents will not be supportive. They are already objecting to the grass cutting cycle that we have now. These boulevards are frequently overgrown with grass and with weeds. When Upper Stony Creek is properly kept in the summer, it's absolutely gorgeous, except for, of course, that ugly landfill, but we won't talk about that today. Well-maintained parks, city property, trails, it's absolutely amazing. And we have a lot of visitors who just want to walk and cycle the trails because you're literally going through forests and parks and then a forest and then a park. It's just simply amazing. The challenge we have, that I have, and I know it will be an issue, is when the grass is dormant in the late summer and early fall, and that's what we're proposed here, that to cut that grass cutting service. The weeds are not dormant. All the wildflowers are not dormant. And so you end up with grass that's not being cut, so it's low, but dandelions and every other type of weed grows on that property, and it looks awful. So I'm really concerned about that. I don't think we've done enough consultation on it. So that's why I seconded this motion, and that's why I support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Mayor Horvath and Councillor Cassar. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Budget Chair Wilson. I would first of all want to say to the staff, thanks very much for trying to find ways to kind of figure out how we can do things a little bit more efficiently in the city of Hamilton when it comes to these pieces. I think the suggestions, recommendations, mitigation pieces, measures that were brought forward make a lot of sense, kind of from the bird's eye view, if you will. But I do hear some of the concerns in terms of the specificity of particular pieces of land. What I don't want to lose, though, is the commitment around being thoughtful about when we cut grass. I can tell you for sure, I've even seen letters to the editor saying, why is the city out there cutting the grass? There is no grass. Can't they see? It's like there's no grass. And so we have to balance the realities of that our professional staff see every day in the work that they do with some of the specific locations that have been brought forward by the councillors. So I know this part of this motion speaks to the possibility of bringing forward potential savings. Councillors are talking about that in the dialogue around the room during the coming year. So I guess what I would hope if this motion passes, and I understand why it's before us, I understand the worry, the concern, that the effort is put in to actually look at where naturalization is in fact doable, where in fact there is an opportunity to reduce the amount of grass cutting to fit with the realities of the season, where there is opportunity to ensure that we are not cutting grass for organizations or entities that should be paying for their own grass or that grass cutting, or that should be in an actual agreement with the city for the provision of that service. And so I'm not gonna ask questions because I know this is a time for remarks instead of questions, but when we have a report back on this at some point, and I would hope that it wouldn't be in the next budget cycle, because we'll know how that'll turn out. It'll probably be the same conversation we're having today. So I would hope that we would get some kind of report back perhaps after the summer season, maybe in Q3 or 4 of this year, to really identify where those opportunities lie in the collaboration and discussion with the councillors in terms of the wards. I think there's a balance between having kind of, if you will, a service level that is approved by council and implemented by staff, and also the understanding that there's a diversity of neighborhoods and wards and infrastructure, et cetera, in all parts of this city, which is something we observed, I think, when we took a bit of a bus ride at the beginning of our term here. And so although I think that that all of these things that I'm talking about can be accomplished within the recommended mitigation strategy, because I do trust our staff to be able to bring forward things that make sense in collaboration with the councillors. I initially wasn't going to support this because I thought, like, let's put some discipline around having these specific conversations, and a good way to do that, I think it was Councillor Crutch, or Councillor McMeekin that used to say something about measuring the cloth and making the cut or something like that. But at the end of the day, I'll support this motion reluctantly, with an understanding and expectation that we will have the conversations, the specific discussions when it comes to the various wards and we will have the staff undertaking that work to ensure that there are actually contracts or agreements in place where private entities are getting a free ride right now, if you will, and look forward to hearing back from staff at the end of the season, well before the budget forecast is put forward for next year. Thank you.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the conversation, particularly around items 3 and 4 and the areas identified across different wards. And I think it's a good idea to go and have those conversations with staff and the community. I've already been able to sit down with staff and understand the areas, look at them in Ward 12, and there are many of them that make sense and could achieve savings in 2026. So I found it helpful to hear the answers to Councillor Crutch's question, that there could be a motion, if this motion passes, I could bring something and to bake in those savings in 2026. Because to another question asked, we could have conversations with staff and implement things in 2026 after this budget, but those savings wouldn't be achieved in the levy, which I think is what we're all trying to accomplish here. So I think that's a subtle difference. So it's just an opportunity for each individual councillor to do. So I'll take that on. With respect to item 1, I'm not going to ask Director Field again because he explained it very well when it was presented, that we asked staff to go find a better way to do things, look at processes and practices, and identify if there's potential savings. And what we heard was, we give a schedule and it's cut X times a month, whatever it was, whether it needs it or not. And Mayor Horvath referenced some of the feedback we get. So I took that as they've actually come up with a better way to do things that is going to save money. And the question was asked about, what if there's weeds? Well, we would go cut the weeds. It's going to be responsive. They're not abandoning cutting right-of-way grass. They're going to just be responsive rather than just going out there based on a calendar rather than need. So based on that, I request a separate vote for item 1 because I think that's savings that are justified. Staff did their job, and I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just clarifying, a separate vote for A1. Okay, thank you. Councillor Taddison.
Actually, there's been a lot of conversation and some considerations that are new to me today. So I just wanted to a little more time to think about some of those variables, and I was wondering if I could defer this until next week. And if I'll troll for a seconder.
I'll second for you, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you.
So there is a deferral motion on the table. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor is requesting more time to have that engagement. Okay, so we'll vote on the deferral. Oh, okay. This deferral can be by hand unless someone is requesting it to be recorded.
Recorder, please. I'm requesting.
Okay. So Councillor Taddison, your motion will be an electronic vote for the deferral. This is just the deferral. Councillor McMeekin on the deferral? Oh, sorry. Councillor Francis on the deferral? He is voting. Thank you. That carries 9-7. Okay. So that one, we'll put that back on the agenda when we meet next. Thank you. Yes. Yes, save your speeches. We're on to the next motion, 9.7, increase to the City Enrichment Fund budget. Councillor Kretsch, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
My seconder is Councillor Nan. And to be fair, I probably shouldn't have titled it this because really what I'm asking for is that we maintain what council approved in 2023. And so unanimously, this council supported a change to the City Enrichment Fund for really important reasons. I'm vice chair of the Grants Committee. I sit there with Chair. Councillor Nan is my seconder. And specifically because what we identified was that the City Enrichment Fund wasn't keeping up with the need and the demand. You can see in the motion text here, we're seeing in 2023 community continues to increase with CF applications and total requests increasing by 38 and 44% respectively. We all know of organizations in the respective wards we represent where people's needs have increased since COVID. All kinds of things have happened. And we all decided, okay, maybe it wasn't unanimous, but it was a majority of council for sure, and more than a 2/3, if I recall, that said, okay, this makes sense for the next several years. What we're going to do is we're going to increase the City Enrichment Fund envelope so that it can be up to a certain degree so it can actually deal with some of these things and people can get increases. If we don't keep the increase and we leave the cut where it is right now, so we decided just this year to cut it out, cut the increase for this year out as part of the plan. If we do that, it's not something that we can just defer to next year and then double up on. That's one of the differences with this kind of cut that's not the same as other cuts. So we can't just defer this in the next year, double up. There are ratios, there are criteria, there are juries, there are percentages, there are all kinds of things that go into the calculations for how we fund folks. And if folks have an ask for the 2026 program, that's not going to help folks in 2027. So we're looking at not keeping up with cost of living increases, not keeping up with other kinds of things that are happening as part of the CEF if we just don't fund this. So it's why I'm bringing it forward, because I think it's a bit of a unique situation. It's something we've talked about at length during this trip of council in terms of the need around supporting equity-deserving groups and support of all the kinds of ways we tried to change this program to make it better. And I want to say staff have done an amazing amount of work considering how small the team is to really make this program thrive. When you have a program working, we're doing something, we're trying to hit a goal, and then we come in as council and say, slash, what that does is it puts us back. It makes the program outcomes uncertain. It doesn't allow us to achieve our goals. And this kind of thing, I think, isn't helping. I think the community depends on this. I know many, many, many people across the city depend on this to continue going the way it's going. And so I don't want to interrupt that. And so that's why it's here. Lastly, what I'll say is there's certainly an availability for us to bring forward a discussion at the end of the budget process. We could do that, where we say, okay, we've got this amount here. We want to hit this target amount. We're going to take some money from the tax stabilization reserve or the unallocated reserve to make that happen. I haven't done that right in this moment because this was something that council already approved, and it got taken out at the last minute. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's taken years to assess the Community Enrichment Fund based on needs, and especially so after a very sobering and honest reflection from our community that came out of the pandemic. So many of the organizations, and the largest section being community services, found themselves scrambling to survive another day, or in many cases, finding themselves having to reduce services, and unfortunately with the outcome of leaving many Hamiltonians in deeper gaps. Subsequently, this term of council responded to those facts and approved a financial strategy to help get us there. Why? Because CEF helps stabilize our communities. I appreciate that staff worked to meet the mayor's directive on the budget this year, but if it is pursued, we'll never achieve right-sizing this fund. As chair of the CEF committee, I'm committed to meeting the outcomes that the program was set out to achieve. I'm committed to the leadership that we provided through that committee, and I'm not looking to roll back on those outcomes for our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I believe there always will be need and demand. There's always going to be more needs that people need. And but I want to ask a question because I want to know the difference between when we give money from our area rating for deserving community people that need help, the nonprofit especially, we put up a motion, and we say we want to help this group, and we take it out of our area rating. What is the difference between this enrichment fund and that?
Is there someone from staff who could give an overview of what CEF is, if that's the question, if I have that correct? Up at the top. Thank you. Director Anderson.
Thank you very much for the question. I'm Heather Anderson. I am the Director of Communications and Engagement through the chair. We have a set of criteria that we use to look at the applicants and evaluate, and that is what we use to determine those levels.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, it says here the CEF application total requests increased 38 to 44%. We also, as councillors, have had requests and put motions to help people in need, the nonprofit that wanted to, whether they got the CEF or not, that needed some help. So I just, you know what? We want to help everybody. It's true. Donations are down. It's the time where we live. But we also hear from our residents about our taxes. And we're increasing 541,562 to from 6,760,000 to 7,311,000. I'm just saying, where does it stop? Like, there will be more people requesting help. And I think at this time, were we supposed to find savings? I found today we find more motions to increase our tax base. So we are responsible for our residents. When they complain about the taxes going up, we cannot say, well, we have an enrichment fund for $7,311,000. We help so many people. They need to know, and I will not vote for this, not because I do not want to help, because I know that I've had many requests, people asking me for some fund out of my area rating, and I was able to help them that way. So I will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. I only have comments.
Councillor Wang, do you have questions?
Questions.
Please proceed.
So I know that one of the key differences in the CEF funding is that some of the organizations can get multi-year funding. So sometimes it's 1 year, other times it might be 3 years. I think it's to a maximum of 3 years. So how would this current cut, leaving it as be, not talking about the motion about increasing it up to 2023 levels, but leaving it as is, how will that affect the 3-year sort of multi-funding obligations that we have? If you can just help me understand that.
Director Anderson, are you able to assist?
Thank you for the question. Heather Anderson, Communications and Engagement through the chair. We have a commitment to those multi-year funding recipients. So if we do not have that increase, we will have to look at those commitments and new applicants as well.
Okay. So can you just help me with clarifying just a tiny bit more? Because you did say we do have these commitments. Ideally, they're in different stages of these 3-year sort of funding agreements. It's not as if we're cutting CEF to zero. So my gut is to say that we're going to honor those 3-year commitments inside of the existing funding envelope. So really, the leftover is going to be how will impact any new applicants. Is that how we can understand that?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Okay, and then so in terms of the new applicants though too, we don't put a cap on what they're asking for, but we have a strict criteria as to how much we would assess their need. Is that correct?
So we have through the chair, we do have caps, but it depends on the different streams. So each stream has their own cap.
Okay, so if this motion were not to go forward, the caps would just be adjusted accordingly, is that correct? Through you, Chair?
Through the chair, we don't always fund up through the cap.
Okay.
It's what they're allowed to request.
Okay, so, but I mean, I think like from a general, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to get like into the nuts and bolts of this so I can make a better decision. So I think that where my head is at is that we're really looking at the new applicants. We have several streams. Each of those streams have a set amount of dollars. We have certain amounts of applicants. We don't fund right up. Applicants don't apply at the cap. They apply to whatever they want. But if our cap comes down, that's the actual gist of this is that our actual operations, all the caps would come down, and then applicants would be essentially they wouldn't be able to fund themselves at the max. Is that kind of correct?
Through the chair, it's the funding allocations that can be lowered.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful to me. Thank you very much.
Councillor Alex Wilson, do you have questions? Yes? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the grants committee in this next calendar or this kind of coming calendar year allocating this budget. Could they make a decision to discontinue one of the program streams as their ability to do? So for example, I think there's around 6 program streams for if there was, hey, we're not able to meet the need from social service agencies who are requesting this, other folks. So we're going to make the difficult decision to say, we can't support community events programming or social programming, let's say, and that's a decision that the grants committee makes to allocate funds to highest and best needs or what they perceive as that. I'm not on the committee, but I'm just trying to understand. Is that something that could happen in response as a narrowing of the scope, or does the scope of where that funding go, like where is that decided? Is that decided here? Is that decided at grants committee? Just trying to understand the consequences of allocating this funding now.
Thank you.
Through the chair, so we have 7 streams. We have made a commitment within those streams, but we are midway through. So those adjustments would not be made.
But for the future year, just again, trying to ask that question is, it's not would they, it's I think my question is more so who has that decision making if there is a point where the budget is not reaching and the committee feels like they need to be making those decisions. Is that a committee decision? Is that I believe they report up to GIC, is that a GIC decision? Just trying to understand what the line of sight on potential implications, where will those implications go in the process?
Thank you for that question through the chair. So staff would bring forward those recommendations to the subgrants committee, and then that would go forward, if approved, to council for that decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Taddison, do you have some questions? Great, you're on.
Just a question regarding, it says, whereas this 2026 proposed tax budget included a CEF budget at the same 2025 level of $6,769,531. Who made that decision to leave it there and why?
So the last whereas in the motion, the budget decision. Your question is who made that determination? I suspect it was staff responding to the directive, but I'll look to GM Zagirik.
Through the chair, staff proposed the pause of the city enrichment increase in 2026 in light of 2 consecutive years of increases, as well as in alignment with the mayor's directive and the affordability challenge.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, I thought the mayor's directive was 4.5%. Am I misunderstanding something? And this is kept at the same level? Please explain that, sorry.
So through the chair, this was considered in the broader context of achieving the 4.25%. Staff did not go line item by line item and hold accounts to 4.25. So it was considered in the sort of broader context of the objective as well as our financial position.
Okay, thanks. Now I understand. So it was made basically by the staff. They put this forward. This was one of the areas that they felt could be maintained to overall meet another bigger objective, which was the 4.25. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any further questions seeking clarification on this? Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this. I've been on this council for 4 terms, and previous councils and this council have made modifications to the City Enrichment Fund. The most recent modifications that were made was to ensure that the fund operated based on merit, not based on need, based on merit. We will never meet the need of every charitable group or association or group in the City of Hamilton that wants help. We can't. It's not possible. The City Enrichment Fund is no different than the United Way, than Salvation Army, than Catholic Charities. They all operate based on merit. Applications are received, there's a set dollar value available, they make the decisions based on merit. They do have to say no. As a matter of fact, the United Way got in a great deal of trouble a few years ago where they had to say no to a number of agencies. Why? Because they didn't get enough donations in to pay for those charitable investments. So they said no. And this councillors of the time took on the United Way and not only disparaged the United Way for making a decision based on fiscal prudence. They didn't have the money, so they couldn't increase and they couldn't provide everyone what they wanted. So we ended up absorbing what they couldn't pay for into the City Enrichment Fund automatically. So here's the United Way working hard to make the right decision, and they took it on the chin in the community from the Council of Hamilton. We made significant improvements to this fund. We have encouraged, and I disagree that we're providing a 3-year amount, so over 3 years they're going to get this amount. We shouldn't be guaranteeing that they're going to get the money every year forever. That's not the way it works. We should be encouraging them to find funds from other organizations to help pay for their needs, not just rely on the City of Hamilton. We went so far as to help the City Enrichment Fund. If I'm not mistaken, we took money that we used to give to the art gallery out of the City Enrichment Fund. We took it out and put it in our budget. So we pay the art gallery straight from the city. What did that do? It didn't decrease the amount of money in the City Enrichment Fund. It increased it because now there was $1 million that was available. So the City of Hamilton has been more than generous, but we can't pay for every organization that is wanting charitable donations and grants from the City of Hamilton. The City of Hamilton cannot afford it. The City of Hamilton needs to set limits. The City of Hamilton needs to have a very clear program so that anyone that is applying for the program knows exactly how they will be judged on their application. The City of Hamilton, in my humble opinion, should not be paying the same organizations every year forever. there should be a limited amount. For example, the Heritage Green Community Trust, on which I sit as a trustee, 3 years. So you apply for a grant, you can't apply for another grant for another 3 years. That enables new people to come in and take that money, but we're not doing that. So I support this motion. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one in front of me. It gets very confusing around here. I don't support the increase only because we need to stick to our process. And I don't think we should be increasing the City Enrichment Fund every year because there's increased needs. We don't fund based on need. We fund based on merit within a specified budget that's provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Just checking, Councillor Alex Wilson, do you have additional questions? No? Okay. So you do have a question? Okay. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks very much. I just want to give staff a chance to respond to some of the comments that Councillor Clark was making. As someone who sits on the Grants Committee and is Vice Chair of the Grants Committee, I didn't think that necessarily all lined up. So what I'm specifically wanting to get some more information about is what the impact will be. And if you could explain that a little bit more clearly in terms of how this works, because of course it's a merit-based program, but what is the goal was of Council's approval in 2023? Because again, we all did that in 2023 to increase it on an annual basis from 2024 to 2028. So can you maybe just unpack that a bit? Because I think it would be helpful.
Director Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. So there was a unanimous vote from council in 2023 for the increase year over year for the fund. And I believe that's at 9 million by 2028. And just to clarify as well on the art gallery, that money was put into the operating budget, but did not stay in the fund. So that money has been moved over. So that is another impact.
Thanks. I know there's one more person for comments. Can I make a few comments now before we get to that, or? I'm not sure who remembers we had a series of meetings where we all tried to attend several that were scheduled at the same time when some of these decisions were being made in 2023. I know Councillor Nan and I will never forget that day where we ran from 264 to council to here to there to everywhere. We had lots of correspondence from people coming to delegate in 264. Groups came forward to have these discussions at length. We heard from Theatre Aquarius, we heard from the Arts Sector, we heard from the Art Gallery of Hamilton, we heard from Sasha, we heard from, I would think, almost across the city, a pretty even group of folks coming forward saying that they really wanted to see us do something differently here. After listening to all that and after the hard work that all those organizations did and the community did, this council voted in favor from 2024 to 2028 of increasing the fund to make those priorities a reality. All of us did that, and now some of us are saying the opposite of that. That we shouldn't be doing that. I don't get it. I don't think that I should have to now go, but I will, to every single one of these organizations and come and ask them to write a letter for February 13th to make the point, or to February 19th to make the point, or to contact all of you to make the point again. They already did that work. We already agreed with them, and we already passed this. And now we're cutting it for 2026, the amount that was supposed to be increased. Again, I'll say it again. For every year from 2024 to 2028, we are making a certain increase to get us to a place where this would be better, where this program would serve people better. We're never going to meet all the need. No one's ever said that, of course. And in fact, if you look at the chart that was presented to the grants subcommittee, we're not. People are not getting what they're asking for. People are asking for certain amounts, they're getting far less of that. We have formulas and a strict criteria and juries of people who spend hours and hours and hours of their time doing this work, and organizations and everyone's wards that depend on this. So we made that choice. And this year we're saying, well, we're not going to do that this year because it's a hard time for the city, and we're going to cut out this funding for mainly, as far as I can tell, especially more to arts and culture. They can't take the hit. So I'm getting a sense here that I don't know what's happening, but I'm hearing lots of comments from people saying that they're not supportive, or I get the sense people aren't going to be supportive. So all of the speakers, let's be exhausted. And if that's still the vibe, I'm just going to withdraw the motion and bring it back next week and have every one of them reach out to you individually.
Oh, I can do whatever I want.
Order.
Sheesh.
Order, please.
Well, that's the clerk.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. Just a couple of things. One is that the way that this was approached from the beginning was a hold the line budget. And this holds the line. It doesn't say what might happen next year or the year after that or the year after that. What it does do, what I've tried to do and what the staff were asked to do, and what all of you are trying to do, I think, is recognize that it's not 2023. We have significant economic headwinds that are facing families and people in our community. We have an affordability crisis that continues to worsen. We have a trade war that's going on that's creating all kinds of uncertainty and difficulty for everyday people. All this does is say that we're going to hold the line on the increase to this particular fund. I don't think that that's unreasonable. It doesn't target anybody. It doesn't make the world fall apart. What it does is say we have to look at things in a different way this year, and maybe next year, and maybe the other year. It'll be looked at in a way that enriches the fund or doubles up on the fund. But what we need to do is look at what people are saying about their fiscal capacity, what is a responsible way to respond to that, and having a hold the line budget that simply says that the increase of this particular amount is going to be held over to a next budget for further discussion or for further increase or whatever the case may be with the next council and the budget that's before them at the time is all it is. And so it's not at all in any way suggesting that the work that's being done by the committee and by the staff to kind of make sure that there are much better parameters and measurements and procedures and processes that are much more fair. All of that's great, and I think we all around this table recognize and value that work. I think that it's fair to say everyone around this table recognizes and values the contributions that community organizations make day in and day out in all the various sectors and all the various streams that this fund supports. And the volunteer work, the hours and hours that are put in to this effort is extremely valuable and something that I think we all recognize is important. However, we also recognize that there are competing pressures that this city faces, and by holding the line, I think what we're saying is, yes, we value these things. We don't want to cut them, because we're not, just to be sure people understand, we're not cutting the fund. We are holding the line on the increase in the fund for this particular budget. And so I'm going to obviously not support this motion, and I think that what we need to do is be thoughtful about what it is that we're doing, as opposed to creating a scenario that suggests that councillors around this table don't support the community organizations that are the vibrancy and the grassroots of our city. I certainly support them 100%. Difficult decisions are being made not to cut back on the fund as it sits, but to simply hold the line on the increase in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Alex Wilson, I keep going to you, but your light is on. Are you, yes? Okay, thank you. For a second time, and Councillor Clark for a third.
Thank you. Just some final comments from me. I think in terms of the budget decisions that we're making, in terms of direct impact on Ward 13 residents' lives, this is one of the decisions that clearly and demonstrably has the most direct impact to a number of residents' lives. That's because the programs that are funded within the Ward 13 and the Dundas community are food banks, largely, our food security programs. So Dundas Community Services Meals on Wheels program receives funding from the Community Enrichment Fund. They've had repeated cost increases from suppliers that have happened in order to deliver the same program, hot meals delivered to seniors in community. They require an increase in funding from previous years because operational increases have gone up. I want to really, though, say to those who might be listening in the room, I really do agree with Councillor Clark. The CEF was never designed to be operational funding and has fallen into that over some decades. I don't know that we solved that problem overnight, but I do want to say I think how the art gallery was handled is an example of how we can transition some of those folks relying on operating funding to a different funding model. I will continue on with the example of community services for an example, because I think, again, that's where I think the most direct impact from this decision is in the Ward 13 community. Ancaster Community Services gets space from the city. Dundas Community Services does not, because they're organizations that are unique, formed from amalgamation, but they have similar mandates. We haven't gone around the city and said, are we offering consistent support to similar social service agencies? So some may have a rental lease where they have a $1 lease, others are paying market rent. That's a $40,000 difference in operating costs for those organizations. That's not about the city support they're getting from the CF, that's about external city support that they could be getting through maybe a vacant space or some other things that we might have in the city. So I think there are ways to move folks off CF who are relying on operating funding to come up with agreements, and personally, that's where I'd like to see that work go. But in the face of this, and I want to really agree, I don't think where we are is where we should be or it's a sustainable place to be. But we are at a point where organizations that provide direct benefit to vulnerable community members are reliant on this fund for operating, are reliant on this grant for operating dollars, and are experiencing cost increases like we all are. So I appreciate the affordability argument. To me, that's why I do support this motion. I think we need to be shoring up resources in food security, shoring up resources in social service agencies that are closing the gaps, meeting folks who can't get out of their house, who are isolated, who are really struggling with some of those affordability challenges, and making sure that there is a safety net in community to support them. And at least in Ward 13, I think that's where a lot of the CEF dollars based on a merit-based review end up being allocated, and want to see that continue. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin, you haven't spoken today, so I'd like to, or on this, recognize you, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is a two-sided coin, obviously, and a difficult decision. Enrichment, in many respects, this is where the rubber hits the road with community groups. That having been said, it's not the only fund available to us. I count it a blessing that there's in my ward, and I think in other wards as well, there are some non-tax revenue funds that can be used to supplement. And so if this motion were to pass, I was just trying to look it up because I know some of those wards have substantial funds in the non-tax account. I don't think this council has ever turned down a council request out of the non-tax revenue account. So it will mean greater reliance on that for the particular ward I'm privileged to represent. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing no first-time speakers, I move that we call the question, seconded by Councillor Cooper.
I'm just looking for some procedural advice here. Councillor Crutch, I believe, has a question. He has obviously been on before to ask questions. Could you give me some advice?
Chair, motion is on the floor, duly moved and seconded. It is available now for a vote. If the committee doesn't want to call the question, then they can defeat the motion. The motion before them would be that the question be called, and there's no debate on the motion.
Oh, that is a motion. Okay. There is a motion that the question be called. It's on the floor now, and an electronic vote. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
So just to clarify for everybody, Chair, if you don't mind.
Order, please.
The motion on the floor is that the question be called. So if it passes, the voters list is cleared and the question on the motion as presented is then called. So a yes vote is to end the speakers list and vote. A no vote is to continue with the speakers list.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kassar. You did? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That carries 13-3. The question has been called. The motion is on the floor, duly moved and seconded. Just so folks know, this is the motion that has been moved by Councillor Crutch and seconded by Councillor Nan. It's on the floor for your consideration. Okay. I'll recognize the point of order if we can hold this. Thank you. What is your point of order, please? Oh, it'd be helpful if I turned you on. Thank you.
I presume there's no notice I need to give to withdraw a motion. If I wish to, I can do it whenever I want. So I'm just asking that question.
If I can ask Clerk Trenum to respond to the question so that we can all hear the answer. Thank you.
So once the vote has been called, and in this case, a motion to call the question was passed, so the question is immediately called. No, you could not withdraw at that point. The question's on the floor and been called.
That's okay. There's counsel for that. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Are you able to just continue electronically with that, or do we? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That is defeated 3-13. There are no further motions on our agenda. I do believe we're going to notices of motion. No, we're not. Clerk Trenum?
So we do have an opportunity for additional motions. I believe Councillor Clark is looking to move an additional motion that was not presented on the agenda. It is in order for him to present it and the committee, if duly moved and seconded, to consider it. A notice of motion is not required.
Councillor Clark, can you proceed with your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Motion is moved by myself and seconded by Robert Cooper. And no more free lunches for the council. Whereas the city-funded lunch meal program for elected members and the senior leadership team continues for the Planning Committee, the General Issues Committee, and the Council. Whereas only 4 councillors have voluntarily opted out of the program. Whereas the City of Hamilton employs over 9,000 staff who bring or buy their own meals every day. Whereas elected members in the senior leadership team are all on the Sunshine List earning 6 figures, therefore be it resolved that the proposed 2026 budget be amended as follows: that the proposed legislative budget be reduced by $25,780, reflecting the cessation of funding of meals for elected members and the senior leadership team during the committee and council meeting, reducing the legislative department budget to $7,922,526. I'd like to speak to the motion, please, if I may, Chair. Thank you. The City of Hamilton and the City Council started funding lunches. Actually, it was suppers at the time because council was meeting from 7 o'clock on. And so the challenge that they found is when they broke for the half hour, some councilors didn't return. So they lost quorum. So believe it or not, and I kid you, look it up, it kind of floored me. You break for a meal, you break to go and grab a coffee, have a nature break, but the meeting is still on. It's the obligation and responsibility of every councillor to return to ensure that council has a quorum, the committee has a quorum, whatever the case is. So that's where it came from. It has now morphed into a lunch meal program where on some days we get hot meals provided to councillors and the senior leadership team. I have tried in the past on several councils to get the program eliminated, and I have failed. When I became aware that it's not just the council that is receiving the free lunches and meals and dinners, but also our senior leadership team, it really created this cognitive disconnect that folks who are councillors and senior leadership team are earning 6-digit salaries and they're getting a free lunch because they're doing their job, while we have 9,000 staff who don't get a free lunch or free dinner, they have to bring their lunch. One would think, and I believe sincerely, that we have very professional, responsible, ethical counselors and staff who would recognize that cognitive disconnect. Taxpayers, regardless of the sum, should not be paying for free lunches for counselors and the front bench. If they want lunches to be provided, they should be paying out of their pocket. Have it deducted from your salary. But to have the taxpayers paying for it, and I get it, this $25,780, and it's not always that figure, it's been much higher sometimes, is a drop in the bucket on a $2 billion corporation, but it's not about the value of the money, it's about the value of what council is doing. It's about taxpayers saying, what do you mean you get a free lunch every day? What do you mean that people who are earning six figures get a free lunch? So I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I think it's important that we have this vote before we have an election. No more free lunches for the council this year and for the next year after that. Thank you.
Councillor Critch, on this, questions?
No questions, I just have comments.
Just comments? Just a minute. Councillor Spatafora, do you have questions?
I don't know what you'd want to call it. I just think if this is going to move forward, I don't know when you want to address it, but we can't expect our senior leadership team and staff to sit here during our meetings and then when we break for lunch, give them 30 minutes. If they don't bring a lunch and they're going to run out downstairs across the street, I don't know where they're going to go to get their lunches. I think we got to make sure we bake something in to the process, so through the clerk's department, so that they have enough time. And maybe some counselors will need more time to go and get their lunches. So I don't know how to do that, if it needs to be put in the motion or it needs, the clerk doesn't need my direction, but that's all I wanted to comment on.
So I'll let you sit with that deliberation, please and thank you. And if you wanted to formulate something. Mayor Horvath.
I was thinking something similar, and I would like to see this motion deferred, at least to the next meeting, so that we can have an understanding of impacts. I get it, $25,000 isn't much, but if we're being respectful about people's health and their need to have food at certain times and all of those things, as well as understanding how much extra time we would need to provide to ensure that that's available. In some cases, senior staff are here all through the day and then through the night when we have council meetings that go from 9 in the morning until 8 or 7 at night. And so let's just make this decision with all of the information, because if we do go to a different regime, I think we do need to think about the cost of the impacts of having longer breaks or more regimented breaks. I think we just need to have that information. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with having that discussion and conversation, but I'd like to defer it with those instructions for that information to come back.
We have a deferral motion on the floor, which trumps all others. Do you have a seconder for your deferral and a date for where you're going to defer it to, Mayor Horvath? Okay.
And defer just till the next budget meeting.
Which is February the 13th. And the request is the reason for the deferral is to get staff information on what it might mean for how the day is legislatively scheduled? Okay. Okay, there's a deferral motion on the floor. Call the question on the deferral, please. It's not debatable. Only the instructions are debatable, my understanding. And the date of February the 13th. Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Clark, a question?
So I'm just trying to verify exactly what the directions are. So we're asking the senior leadership team, who make 6 figures, to come and advise us what the challenge is going to be if they don't get a free lunch every day? Is that what we're asking?
There's
That's
a point of
serious
order.
question.
There's a point of order, please. A point of order.
Point is that this deferral.
Oh, that's my fault.
The point is that this deferral motion has instructions to come back at the next budget meeting, to come back with information from the people who provide that information, which, yes, is our staff, to determine what kinds of alternatives might be needed to be put in place in order to ensure that people are able to have the proper nutrition, ability to obtain meals when we might be having extended periods of time where we're all required to be here, and what the cost of that would be as well.
Okay.
And so the point being, that's what the instructions are, not a political debate about, you know, what the councillor was going towards. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. That, in my opinion, is not a point of order. However, clarity was brought to the instruction. Oh, sorry, wrong mic. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So I'd like to add additional direction then, that our staff report back how 9,000 employees of the city of Hamilton work their 8-hour days and more, and how they provide their own lunches. Serious direction. Can't have one without the other. Thank you.
Councillor Francis, do you have a question on the deferral instructions?
It was on the original motion, which I'm not allowed to speak to, so.
Councillor Cretch, do you have a question on the deferral? No? Okay. Okay, so there's been sorry, I'm Elsie McRae? Nope, no problem. Okay, we're going to vote electronically. We're going to vote This is just a deferral motion. It's not debating the substance of the motion. It's just requesting information on what, if I've heard it correctly, information on what may or may not this might mean to the legislative ordering of committee and council meetings in the event there is no lunch provided. That's all that is asked. Meals, thank you for the correction, food, meals provided. And there is additional direction sought. I'm going to ask the clerk for some assistance on the additional direction if the individual who's seeking to insert that direction is not an author of the deferral motion. Please, some assistance.
Through you, Chair. The motion on the floor, the deferral, is a motion duly moved and seconded. So to adjust instructions would be an amendment to that. So if it's friendly, then that can be added. If not, it would have to be a motion to amend.
The mover of the motion is advising that they do not consider it to be friendly. So if, according to your counsel to me as chair, there would have to be a proposed amendment to the deferral? Okay, thank you. So it's not considered, so, okay, thank you. I'll recognize Councillor Clark. I believe you have a proposed amendment to the deferral instructions.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment, seeing as we're getting direction. We directed staff to report back on how the front bench and council what the effect is going to be if we no longer fund it. I'd also like to ask staff to report back how 9,000 employees can manage to pay for their own lunch or bring their own lunch. Can you second that?
Okay, there is an addition, an amendment to the deferral motion. I think you've all heard it. I don't know if there are any questions, requests for clarity on that, but we will vote on that proposed amendment, please electronically. Councillor Tedison? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That is defeated 13-3. Thank you. So we do have a deferral motion on the table that has been duly moved and seconded. It's up for your consideration. Please vote accordingly with your e-vote. For the deferral to the meeting of February the 13th. If anybody needs further clarity, please just wave at me. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That carries 13-3, a deferral. Okay. Are there any further activities for our consideration this afternoon in the form of a motion or a notice of motion? Oh, yes, we do. Hold tight. We have a closed session. Notice of motion, Councillor Kassar? Yep. We're just going to recognize notices only if they stay notices. Okay, please. Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick notices of motion, which I will bring to the next meeting on February 13th. The first one is to do with a project ID for process efficiencies that was discussed in previous budget presentations. It had to do with $700,000 being added to the tax levy. I've worked with staff to find a way to continue that work of being entrepreneurial and looking for benefits and cost reductions, cost avoidance without having a burden on the tax levy. So I'll bring that forward. And the second one is to do with DC exemptions. As I think Council is aware, we are paying back over a number of years DC exemptions that weren't funded in previous years. So this motion would propose to slow down that repayment process. And the suggestion as it stands now, the motion is to be finalized, but could be around $3 million positive impact to the tax levy. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those notices. Councillor Spatafora, do you have notice?
Chair, I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. I had a motion that was supposed to come today, but staff is working with me to make sure that the numbers add up. I don't have the motion. Obviously, it's still being finalized. Do I need to talk about it now, or can I just bring it on the 13th? Okay. So I do have a motion coming, but once it is completed, it'll be put on the agenda for people to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. I'd like to declare a notice of motion. I have submitted to GM Zagaric and the clerk that the two-laning of Main Street would be funded from the LRT budget, as it is a requirement for the LRT's success. So we are finalizing the wording, and it would come forward. It's not to cancel it, it's to fund it through the LRT budget. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have a break for lunch, but we do have to come back because we agreed as a body that we were going to hear an item that has a closed session, a section to it. So should I be reading that out now? No? Okay, recess for 30 minutes. Please, coming back at 1:30. Thank you. Pause. Thank you. Good afternoon. Calling this, we've had a brief reprieve in the form of lunch. It's February the 6th, 2026. It is the General Issues Committee budget meeting. I need a motion to go into closed for item 11.1, and also I believe there was a, no, just for 11.1. A mover and a seconder to do so, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Taddison. On the following, pursuant to section 9.3, subsection 9 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsection D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to labor relations or employee relations. We need an electronic vote, please, for that. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Councillor Nanis Bedafora, thumbs up. Not yet. No. And Councillor Francis, thumbs up, yes. And Mayor Horvath is some thumbs up. That carries 13-0. Members of the public are advised that during this closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are now also asked to please exit the WebEx meeting in the room. Also, to my colleagues, as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed session meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during the closed session meetings are limited to text communication only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the clerk's office are exempted from subsection 8.7c when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Please, council members, ensure if you're not here and if you're online that you are in a private room wearing headphones or any other type of hearing equipment, and that you're in the closed session portal. If you are attending here from staff, when we get into deliberations, if you can ensure your cameras are on. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Still February the 6th. We're still at the GIC budget meeting. We've just come out of a closed, and I'd like a mover and a seconder to put 7-2 back on the floor, moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis. Okay. So again, on your agenda, 7-2, and I'll be requiring an electronic vote. But before doing that, if we have questions with respect to the item.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So this would be specific to 7.2 and 11.2, which was the confidential report that we received in camera titled Service Mitigation Measures. We went in camera ostensibly under personnel, I believe is why we did it. And I'd like to ask either the clerk or the city manager to explain to the best of their ability what we were doing without revealing our discussions. The public wants to know exactly what that service mitigation measure was without having it fully revealed.
Clerk Trenum, please.
So through you, Chair, as part of the budget process, city staff were asked to look at opportunities for additional mitigation measures on the budget itself. A number of those mitigation measures have already been made public through Appendix H to the report and otherwise are included in the proposed budget. However, as part of the planning and organizational process of coming up with what those measures are, a number were put forward that may have had direct staffing impacts. And that level of specificity was not provided, as it could reveal confidential information related to employment or labor relations matters. Therefore, those specific details of those mitigation measures were included in the closed appendix.
So we usually receive aggregates, department, social services, paramedic, whatever the case is. We don't have the full breakdown in public in terms of staffing and all those things. So what this mitigation document was a more specific discussion that actually revealed divisions, departments, et cetera, et cetera.
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want the public to understand how far we went.
Okay, we require an electronic vote on the following. A, that memorandum FCS 26034 respecting service mitigation measures citywide be received. And B, that confidential Appendix B to memorandum FCS 26034 respecting service mitigation measures be received and remain confidential. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Oh, I'm so sorry we had Councillor Wang and Councillor Francis in that position, but I appreciate those who are seeking to assist me in the volunteer effort. It's an electronic vote. Thank you. That carries 15-0. There is no further business before this body at this time. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you to staff for your time, attention, and effort.